Honorable members, I've got two short communications to make. The first one concerns prioritization of bills before committees. Honorable members, as you recall, on Tuesday, 25th July 2023, I did notify the House on the status of business, especially the legislative proposals and bills published and awaiting consideration by committees and the House. In my communication, I indicated that at least 40 bills by individual members had been published for consideration by the House. In addition, there are 268 legislative proposals that have been sponsored by members of this House, of which 65 are undergoing pre-publication scrutiny by various committees. Honorable members, take the nearest seats. The nearest seats. Dr. Nyikal doesn't know what nearest means. Honorable members, the House Business Committee took cognizance that under Standing Order 40, which provides for the sequence of proceedings in 1 week, individual member bills are only allocated a maximum of 3 hours, which is very little time compared to the volume of bills that are from individual members. Consequently, the House Business Committee resolved to allocate time on Wednesday afternoons for the consideration of individual members' bills. The committee also resolved from time to time to request the House to either approve to hold morning sittings on Thursdays or extend its sittings to create more time for consideration of business. As you may have noticed, honorable members, from the order paper for the afternoon sitting of Wednesday, 26th July 2023, and on today's order paper, several individual members' bills have been slotted for second reading. This practice will continue for the rest of this session as the House Business Committee endeavors to facilitate members to effectively discharge their constitutional mandate. Honorable members, it is important for committees to appreciate that it is the desire of every member to have a bill published in their name, expeditiously considered and passed by the House. However, unless all committees prioritize the consideration of bills, the efforts of the House Business Committee to create time for consideration of individual members' bills in the House will be in vain. In this regard, committees are expected to prioritize the consideration of bills and legislative proposals. I urge all committees to prioritize the consideration of bills and legislative proposals undergoing pre-publication scrutiny. For greater certainty, I remind committees that Standing Order 1147 requires a committee to which a legislative proposal is committed to submit a report within 30 days. Honorable members, should it be brought to my attention that any committee has inordinately delayed undertaking pre-publication scrutiny of legislative proposals before them, I'll cause the House Business Committee to follow the precedent set in 2019 to have such proposals published as bills without any further recourse to the relevant committees. To this end, honorable members, I direct all committees to consider and conclude all legislative proposals before them and to submit their reports as soon as possible. Given the timelines for the consideration has lapsed on many bills, and going forward, may I remind committee chairpersons that committees are under obligation to conclude their business in 30 days every time we refer to them. Further, all committees that have bills pending publication participation are directed to expedite the process of consideration and table reports on the bills within timelines spelled out in Standing Order 127-4 in order to facilitate prioritization of bills for second reading. Honourable members, as the House creates time for individual members' bills. The onus is also on the members to avail themselves in the House and prosecute their respective business once scheduled. I hasten to state, honorable members, that whenever a sponsor of a bill or other business listed in the order paper is absent from the House without permission from the Speaker, such business shall stand deferred and will not be prioritized again. I say this, honorable members, because last week, 10 motions listed on the order paper were called out, and none of the 10 sponsors of those motions was in the House. This wastes our House time, and I urge all the members, starting with the leadership, majority, minority, to encourage our members who have business before the House to ensure that by the time the House starts, you are in the House. Equally important, if your matter is listed 10 down the line, you don't have to hang out there thinking that you'll come later. Other business ahead of it may collapse, and it may be reached within the shortest time possible for the business to be transacted. The second communication, honorable members. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Honorable members, the second communication is guidance on the consideration of the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023. Honorable members, as you are aware, the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 35 of 2023, was read a first time on 26 July 2023. The bill was thereafter committed to the relevant committees for publication, participation in accordance with the requirements of Article 118 of the Constitution and Standing Order 127. Subsequently, the Clerk of the National Assembly placed an advertisement in the print media inviting the public and stakeholders to submit memoranda on the bill in accordance with the requirements of public participation. Honorable members, the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill 2023 seeks to amend various acts of Parliament relating to anti-money laundering and combating of terrorism financing and financing of proliferation of weapons. In particular, the bill seeks to amend 17 acts of Parliament, and in this regard, I wish to notify the House that the proposed amendments to the following acts of Parliament as contained in the bill have since been referred to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for consideration. 1, the Extradition, Contiguous and Foreign Countries Act, Cap 76. Contiguous means countries that share a common boundary with Kenya, like Somalia, Ethiopia, Uganda, South Sudan, and so on. The Extradition Commonwealth Countries Act, Cap 77. 3, the State Corporations Act, Cap 446. 4, the Anti-Corruption and Ethics and Economic Crimes Act, number 3 of 2003. 5, the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act 209, number 9 of 209. 6, the National Police Service Act 2011, Act number 11A of 2011. 7, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act 2011, Act number 22 of 2011. 8, the Mutual Legal Assistance Act 2011, Act number 36 of 2011. 9, the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2012, Act number 30 of 2012, and the Companies Act 2015, Act number 17 of 2015. Further, the proposed amendments to the following acts of Parliament as contained in the bill have also since been referred to the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning for consideration. 1. The Capital Markets Act, Cap 485A, the Insurance Act, Cap 487, the Banking Act, Cap 488, the Central Bank of Kenya Act, Cap 491, the Microfinance Act 2006, Act number 19 of 2006, the National Payment System Act 2011, Act number 39 of 2011, and the Limited Liability Partnership Act, Act number 42 of 2011. Honorable members, from the foregoing, the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs shall be the lead committee for purposes of conducting public participation. In this regard, the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning is required to conduct public participation processes and submit its report to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs for consolidation. Honorable members, as you are aware, the Anti-Money Laundering and Combating of Terrorism Financing Laws Amendment Bill 2023 contains proposed amendments to seek to provide for disclosure of information to help in combating money laundering, terrorism financing, and financing of proliferation of weapons activities. In considering the bill, the committees bear in mind the requirements of Article 24 of the Constitution on the limitation of rights and the various court decisions that have outlined the manner of application of the Bill of Rights. Honorable members, this is very important because, as you know, previously the Law Society already went to court and struck out some provisions that sought to amend the Advocates Act. And you know that the Constitution requires that if you want to limit any provision of the Bill of Rights, you must clearly state the rights being limited and why. So the committees and the members of the committees must take these very important provisions in mind. Honorable members, may I implore the two committees to prioritize the consideration of the bill and report to the House soonest, given that the bill is also informed by various international obligations which require the country to have in place a robust legal framework to combat money laundering, financing of terrorism, and proliferation of weapons. The House must move expeditiously to conclude on the matter. The House is accordingly guided. Thank you. Next order. Yes, Majority Leader Deputy.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to commend you, especially on the first issue of private members' bills. If you allow me, a lot of the time members prepare bills and they send them to committees. And they journey for 4 years. 4 years, that bill is being tossed from one committee to the other. Eventually, we go sign die, and those bills are lost. If you recall, Honorable Speaker, when we started this session, there was a long list of bills that were being referred to, which had died with sign die. But I want to commend you on the number of days you have given, such that a bill can. A lot of effort of members is wasted by delay at committee stage. Sometimes bills are referred to budget committee even when they don't necessarily have to go to the budget committee. And a lot of time is wasted and effort. And you're invited to go to Mombasa, and you stay in Mombasa, and you do a lot of resources for this country are being wasted by tossing one bill from the other, and time is wasted on that. But I want to commend you, Honorable Speaker, on that ruling. And I hope chairmen of committees will expeditiously make sure that bills are fast-tracked. Secondly, on the issue of the money laundering bill, is an important thing for government, and I want to ask the chairs and especially the JLAC and all committees that are involved to do their work and ensure that we have these laws in place within the shortest time. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Indeed, the honorable members, particularly chairmen of committees or chairpersons of committees, the French say noblesse oblige. Nobility carries responsibility.
Yes.
Committees are not going to be parking bays for members' businesses or any business of the House. Any member whose matter is forwarded to a committee for consideration, you are at liberty after 30 days to communicate with the office of the Speaker that the committee has been unable to facilitate the transaction of your matter and will bypass the committee and proceed with the processing of your matter.
Thank you.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Just before that, Clerk, and Owen Bayer and your counterpart, Honorable Pio and I, you must also bear responsibility in ensuring that committees do their work. So I hope that within your internal mechanisms, you have a reporting procedure on how committees are dispensing the business that we send to them, so that we don't become a house of lamentations, but a house of action. Clerk.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, we don't have papers for today. We don't have papers for today.
You have no papers today. Chairperson, Public Petitions Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay, Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 2nd August 2023. Report of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of the following petitions. Public Petition number 1 of 2022 by the Honorable Julius Kiplengtich RUTO MP regarding safeguarding the economic and social welfare of communities living next to forests, and Public Petition number 8 of 2022 by Pastor Ochieng Ondido regarding EACC investigation on West Kano irrigation scheme. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Mbai. Honorable Atande, is that the matter that you wanted to make an intervention?
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I brought a petition before this House a while back, and the Petitions Committee has submitted their report. But Honorable Speaker, on going through the report, I've established that the recommendations of the report does not agree with the prayers that were made by the petitioners. For example, Honorable Speaker, one of the prayers which was laid before the House was that Parliament finds the CEO of Cyton Investment Management PLC as responsible for the management and secures a timely refund of investors' deposits money. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the report, the committee has rightfully observed that this gentleman called Dande was responsible for the mess and should actually be investigated. But Honorable Speaker, on their recommendation, they have failed to make this as a recommendation. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I find that the report does not help us and does not help the petitioners. The report looks like, something which is a cover-up. And Chairman, Honorable Speaker, I want you to find, understanding Order 1, that this report needs to be redrafted or redone so that it meets the expectations of the petitioners. Honorable Speaker, understanding Order 1, I believe you have the power to do this, and so that we can be able as a House to help Kenyans to find justice on this House. When Kenyans present petitions before this House, they do so with the hope and the faith that this House is the ultimate House that will give them justice. But if this House cannot give Kenyans justice, Honorable Speaker, then this House should just be disbanded, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I seek for your guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Atande. Perhaps, yes, Honorable Yusuf of Kamkunji.
Thank you, Mr.
Ordinarily, we don't debate reports of petitions when they come here.
Mr. Speaker, I also have an issue with the petition.
Yes.
Twice I have brought a petition on behalf of Swahili enthusiasts for the formation of the National Council of Kiswahili.
I recall that.
Baraza hilo. And twice it has died in the process because it was not taken forward by the respective committee. And the National Kiswahili Council was fully supported by this House. It's a very popular decision. It has been passed also by Cabinet. And I am lost for words because I don't know what else to do. If we have brought it twice here, in both occasions it was time barred because the respective petition committee, the committee dealing with it, did not take it forward in a timely manner. I was wondering what you would be advising in terms of saving that particular situation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Nimrod Mbai, what is the fate of the petition on the Kiswahili Commission?
Mr. Speaker, to be honest, I've not received the petition by Honorable City Yusuf, the member for Kamukunji, and I would want to commit that the moment you receive it, it will not die. This time round, it will see the light of the day, and you will get a report from the committee. Honorable Speaker, also to report or to answer on the concerns of Honorable the member who had brought in the petition about the site-on investment. Honorable Speaker, we did our best, and today we are giving a notice for motion of the same petition so that the whole House can debate it. At that point, I think it will be open for every member to tell whether our recommendations are up to standard or are below the expectations. I would ask Honorable Atanti to hold his horses so that he allows me to table them for motion for debate of the petition. Then you'll have his opportunity to discuss the matter, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Member for Gatanga, Edward Muriel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to present before this House a notice of motion in support of the feeding program in our primary schools and junior secondary schools, supported by NGCDF. In that analogy, Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That aware that Article 43(1)(f) of the Constitution, as read together with Article 53(1)(b), entitles every child to free, quality, and compulsory basic education. Cognizant of the fact that access to funding for education immensely contributes to the realization of universal access to basic education in the country. Appreciating that Section 48 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF, Act 2015, establishes education bursary schemes for every constituency towards access to basic education. Noting that Section 48A of NGCDF Act further allows for affirmative action mechanism of allocating additional funds to cater for education, bursary schemes, and other teaching and learning related activities. Concerned that the NGCDF Act caps allocation to bursary schemes under the fund at not more than 35% of the total constituency allocation in a financial year, thereby limiting the number of cases that may be supported to access the basic education, and further concerned that the NGCDF board has only been approving bursary support for secondary and tertiary education, and not primary schools and the recently created junior secondary schools. Cognizant of the fact that the failing to extend bursaries to primary and junior secondary schools on the assumptions that the two levels of education are free is a misnomer, since the government capitation to pupil is inadequate to cater for the mandatory materials required for competency-based curriculum, that's CBC, thereby affecting the pupils whose parents are unable to meet the attendant costs. Deeply concerned, Mr. Speaker, that continued exclusion of the allocation of bursary to primary and junior secondary schools violates Article 27 of the Constitution and slows down the attainment of universal basic education in Kenya. Now, therefore, Mr. Speaker, this House resolved that, 1, the educational bursary scheme under Section 48 of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, NGCDF Act 2015, be extended to support learners in primary and junior secondary school to cater for competency-based curriculum, that is CBC. 2, pursuant to Section 48A of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Act 2015, the NGCDF board in each constituency approves additional allocation to the education bursary scheme in order to support teaching and learning related activities associated with the CBC education, including, Mr. Speaker, sir, school feeding programs. And number 3, the government revises the capitation per student in primary schools from the current 1,420 per student per year to 7,760, being the minimum optimal capitation factoring the new CBC education system and the prevailing high costs of living. Signed by Honorable Wakili Edward Moreu, MP Gatanga constituency, on the 2nd August, the year of our Lord, 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Wandai.
Mr. Speaker, sorry to interrupt the flow of the order of business, but I'm just curious. I'm sure you can use standing order number 1 to indulge me. Mr. Speaker, a while back, the Honorable Samuel Atandi raised some very, very serious issues here. And in fact, no, this house is a house of records. The Honorable Atandi, in his submissions, made comments to the effect that a report that has been tabled before this house this afternoon is a cover-up.
I heard him.
Yes. And he was saying so on the basis that the issues raised in the petition, which is in question, have not been addressed conclusively by the committee in question. Honorable Speaker, this morning I had a chance to discuss with the chair of the committee on petitions, and actually we agreed that he needs to be given time to run the committee. But I am concerned that if we are to leave that matter that has been raised by Honorable Atandi just like that, and somehow hope that it will be addressed at the time of the debate on the petition on the committee's report, we might be doing a lot of injustice, not only to this house in terms of its reputation, but also to the petitioners. It's an issue that requires your pronouncement, and more so on what we need to do, therefore. If, for instance, a petition comes before this house, and it goes to the Committee on Public Petitions, and the committee, of course, in its wisdom, makes consideration and brings a report before this house, and it is debated, is there room really for this house at the plenary stage to make any amendments to such a report without the full knowledge and benefit of interacting with the petitioners and indeed the petition itself? So I would want you to make a ruling on those two aspects. One, on the grave matter which has been raised by Honorable Atandi, which is it's in the record, it's in the Hansard, that a report of a committee of this house is a cover-up. We would want to know the nature of this cover-up. That has to be made very clear. I would have wanted you to perhaps indulge the Honorable Tandi to explain further how the committee is getting involved in doing cover-ups. How would the Committee of Parliament undertake cover-ups on a matter as serious as a petition brought before it by a member of the public, Mr. Speaker? It's an issue we need to dispense with before we can proceed to the next order.
By
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to say this. When the committee receives any petition, there is the petitioner and there is the other stakeholders involved in the petition. Maybe the witnesses or the person the petitioner is accusing. Mr. Speaker, even in the courts of law, you can take a case before a judge, and a judge may not give a ruling which does not satisfy you. That does not give you the reason or an opportunity to say that was a cover-up. Mr. Speaker, we listened to several shareholders, or to several shareholders. We listened to several witnesses about that the petition the honourable member is referring to, and in the wisdom of the committee, we gave the recommendations we gave. And Mr. Speaker, if the member had a predetermined way in which he wanted the committee to recommend, I think it's also unfair to the committee, because the committee has members who are elected and have minds and brains, and they listened to all the stakeholders involved and came up with the decision. So, Mr. Speaker, I find the word cover-up so heavy for that, because how it seems the member had a predetermined way in which he wanted the report to come out, and maybe the committee has recommended otherwise. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to request Honorable Tandi to wait to hold his horses, because we are going now to lay the same report for debate by the House. The House by then will make a decision, or will decide whether there was a cover-up of the issues involved or whether the committee did a good job. But it is very unfair, Mr. Speaker, to say there is cover-up because the committee has not recommended in your predetermined manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Atande and the Minority Leader, the committee has elected under Standing Order 208 SC and 227 2A to not only bring a report, but also move the House to debate the findings of the committee. That gives you an opportunity to bring material that you think the committee has overlooked or left out to validate your assertions. So we can allow the chair to give the notice of motion in furtherance of the prosecution of your petition, so that we'll allocate it in House Business Committee to have time to be debated. And if you feel dissatisfied, you will be advised to do what is necessary within the standing orders and the law. You also are at liberty, besides the petition process, to avail material available to you of fraudulent acts committed by the people you allege to have committed to the administration of justice systems of the country, DCI, ESCC, who can take up the matter notwithstanding the fact that there's a petition here. Go ahead and give your notice of motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a notice of motion, and I would request for your indulgence before I go ahead with it. Mr. Speaker, to thank you and out of your wisdom in the manner in which you corrected, or let me put it this way, in the fatherly way you reprimanded my committee yesterday. We took it positively. We are going to improve on the issues, Mr. Speaker, and I got satisfied that you are fit to hold that seat, because if it was by a rogue person, Mr. Speaker, we would have been thrown under the bus, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, I would also want to appreciate my elder brothers, the Honorable Opio and I, and the Honorable Ishungwa, for being lenient to my committee and myself with the young political career I have, Mr. Speaker. It would have been very dangerous for me moving ahead. So thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would not want to give excuses before the House. I would want to respond through output, through action, processing petitions within time and giving reports within time. Mr. Speaker, in relation to absence, this is my seat from today. Anytime you enter the room and you don't find me seated here, Mr. Speaker, just know either I'm out of the country or I'm admitted in an hospital somewhere. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that. Now, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Nguna adds a third reason for you not being there, that you'll probably be boxing somebody. Go ahead. I believe it's with a light touch. Go ahead and give your notice of motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give a notice of the following motion: that this House adopts the report of the Public Petition Committee on its consideration of a public petition number 7 of 2022 regarding probable loss of investments in certain high-yield solutions platform, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 14th May 2023. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mbai. Well done. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
We honorable members will start with statements. Honorable Mukunji, John of Manyata. It's important to acknowledge that the first person to request to make a statement on what you're about to make was the Honorable Mother Wangari of Gilgil. She's not here, and you may proceed to make your statement, which is identical to what she wanted.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to lay a general statement on the biometric data collection by WorldCoin. What? I'm told the mic is not working.
Okay. Yeah, move to the next.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 43, Section 1, I wish to make a statement on the ongoing biometric data collection by WorldCoin. Honorable Speaker, WorldCoin, a blockchain company, recently launched their iris for tokens in Kenya, offering free cryptocurrency tokens on participants upon registration and scanning of their irises in various locations in Nairobi, including the Kenya International Conference Center, KICC. Honorable Speaker, whereas the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner issued a cautionary statement to Kenyans regarding the ongoing biometric data collection by this company, the registration process has peaked, causing concern on the purpose of the data collection. There are fears that the data may be used for purposes other than the declared intent by the blockchain company. In addition, the USA banned the WorldCoin from collecting data from its citizens, despite the founder of WorldCoin, Honorable Speaker, Sam Altam, being a US citizen. Honorable Speaker, the Office of the Data Protection Commission is mandated by law to register all data controllers and processors collecting personal data for the provision of financial services. With the world embracing artificial intelligence, the biometric data collected poses a risk on the protection and privacy of the participants if not monitored. In addition, there have been recent cases of cyber attacks in the country, thereby posing greater risk in the management of the data. This data collection exercise is, in my own opinion, a threat to the national security. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek statement from the Cabinet Secretary, Interior and Coordination of National Government, and the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy, through the Leader of Majority, on the following issue, Honorable Speaker. Number one, given that the Ministry of Interior and the Data Commissioner has cast doubt on the safety of the data collection by WorldCoin, could the ministry provide the steps that the government is taking to ensure control of data access, collection, and storage, especially by foreign entities? Number two, Honorable Speaker, who authorized the biometric data collection by WorldCoin, and were the correct procedures followed, Honorable Speaker? Number three, Honorable Speaker, what are the safety guarantees that the government is making to ensure that the data will be exclusively used for the intended purpose and the citizens will not suffer or get any loss? Number four, Honorable Speaker, has the government established the ultimate objective of this exercise? For what purpose will the data collected be used? Honorable Speaker, were there prior public participation to inform the public of the risk involved in the exercise? Honorable Speaker, number six, what is the source of the money being paid to participants and who stands to benefit from the exercise, Honorable Speaker? And Honorable Speaker, I know members who have passed through Kenya KICC, especially yesterday, saw the big line of young people that was there when the young people were going to collect the 7,000 said to be collected, to get collected when you give your biodata. And Honorable Speaker, I'm raising this as the newly elected chairman, Kenya Young Parliamentarian, because many young people are suffering from the issue of conmanship, and this country requires to step up its game on those issues, Honorable Speaker. The issue of selling of data, that includes the data of Facebook, Twitter, can be used and can be used to even do what we call identity theft and have people lose their finances and everything. Honorable Speaker, I seek to beg a statement, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I also want to recognize while Mother Wangari was part of this statement, also Wakili Maina, Njeri Maina, was also an interested party in this. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I wish to request you to give us some minutes. Thank you.
Minority Leader on the same issue? Go ahead.
Usually I don't like interrupting. Mr. Speaker, the issue I'm rising to on the issue raised by the Honorable Chairperson of the Young Parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, I get it. Oh, I'm being told he is yet to be elected. But all the same, I recognize him as such. Mr. Speaker, I get it from his statement that he's seeking responses from 2 cabinet secretaries, one in charge of ICT and one in charge of Interior. But this House must take notice, if it was called, to say judicial notice, of what has just transpired in the last 1 day or so about the same subject matter, which is extremely serious, if you ask me. It's a matter that cannot be wished away, because it actually has the capacity or the potential to endanger not only the security of this country, but also the future of young Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, a while back, I think 1 day ago, the cabinet secretary in charge of ICT was reported as having said that there is no law that WorldCoin has violated by doing what they are currently doing in Kenya, collecting data from Kenyans without permission from any authority. 2, today, the cabinet secretary in charge of Interior has been reported as saying that the actions by WorldCoin are questionable, and therefore investigations are being undertaken. So therefore, if we come here again and ask for responses from the 2 cabinet secretaries who appear to be at cross purposes, speaking at cross purposes, to be having different positions on this single issue, which is of greatest concern to Kenyans, then what are we doing? In my view, this is an issue that therefore doesn't require any further statement from either of those 2 cabinet secretaries. As a House, we just need to undertake a very thorough and expeditious investigation, and summon everybody else who could be responsible or be involved in these nefarious activities. Mr. Speaker, I need your direction, because if we take the line we are being pushed to take of seeking for some statements or answers from 2 cabinet secretaries who have already differed, they have already fundamentally differed. The Honorable Professor Kindiki Kithure and the other one is called who? Oalo. Kindiki Kithure and Oalo have already differed on the matter of WorldCoin. So who do you believe? Who will the public believe? Is it Kindiki Kithure or Eliud Oalo? Who? Neither. If we shall believe neither of the 2, then it behoves the appointing authority of those 2 gentlemen to then give us a response to this issue. Because it's a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker. It can't just be treated in the light manner it is being treated. I'm on a point of order, Honorable Wakili. Just be patient. Yes, it is important that at every single moment the country is made aware of the position of government, because government can only be one. Whether we recognize it or not, government can only be one. And there's no single day that a government positions can be contradictory. A government cannot have 2 contradictory positions on a single issue, and as serious as this one. So before the settlement, the question goes to whoever is supposed to go to, we need to be told what is the position of government, even before we attempt to do what we are trying to do now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to applaud the questioner, the chairman of the young parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I wish I was younger, but age has caught up with me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You squandered your youth. Moreo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I wanted to raise a point of order, but basically just to also get the direction of this House on whether, Mr. Speaker, is the matter now mature for debate, so at least we either bring the 2 CS in Parliament, or we get a clarification. But therefore, Mr. Speaker, my concern here is that the fact that there is a company coming to this country to harvest data for young people with a promise for monetary support to us, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think we are just exposing ourselves so much in terms of data harvest, because we don't even know what they're going to do. Number two, this is another story about the Bitcoin story, whereby you put in money, you get it into double, but you don't even know what value you're adding, because this is a pyramid scheme, whereby you are promised heaven, but there's no value proposition on how our people are getting their money. I think the end game need to be clear. We cannot be able to allow the students to come to this country and just do all manner of things. Mr. Speaker, sir, therefore, I seek for your guidance on whether this is a matter ready for debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Maclap. Maclap, you have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've actually read this matter on social media, Mr. Speaker, and makes me believe that this country will become a country of surprises. Surprises of cartels of similar of Magargarian and Sagarchan, where people come in the form of a company, data from our young people, and pay 7,000. Mr. Speaker, I think we can leave the Cabinet Secretary for ICT, and I think Professor Kindiki was right to suspend. I will want also to seek you, Mr. Speaker, that the same Minister for Internal Security should now close all the borders to ensure that the Sarkarshans, the people called WorldCoin who came to take data from our people, are actually secured so that they don't run away from the country, because this is a very serious matter, Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell you, it may be even data to wipe out information on the portal, similar like the one that happened with the e-citizen, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is now a security matter for Kenya, where the head of state in this matter should be involved, so that the borders of Kenya and the tax that come to take data for Kenyans are actually secured, so that they can be arrested to answer why they are taking. And I want to use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to call upon the young people of Kenya, including the young parliamentarians, to ensure that they don't again and again be taken cheaply and given money that you do not know who actually made the money and for what reasons. And I'm told, Mr. Speaker, when you are actually, your data is taken up to including your eye, one day you will also go and you will become blind. So the youth of Kenya, be cautious on what you take, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say it is a serious matter that requires our attention, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Milemba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and let me thank the young parliamentarian for this statement. But let me be quick to say that what happened yesterday with the WorldCoin, which is closely associated with the cryptocurrency, which has been banned and is also having challenges around the world in terms of its credibility, was bad for this country, because it exposed us in a very, very bad way that somebody, some company, some private person can walk in and take data and walk away with it without supervision or any authorities looking into it. Yet we have the Data Protection Department, which should have actually taken care of this. As on whether we need the two ministers to come and answer in Parliament, Honorable Speaker, it is our responsibility to have them come here, whether they are differing or not. Government is one, but if they have different opinion on it, it's still very well placed that they come here and we hear their opinion on this. And still yet, Honorable Speaker, we have a right as the House to even make our own inquiry using our committees. And therefore, that should not in any way subside or reduce our effectiveness in dealing with the matter. It's a matter that requires urgent need, and it has to be dealt with. This exposes us as a country to a situation whereby we can be exploited without any defense. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Elachi Beatrice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise, and yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I went on Hansard really questioning how did we allow, who approved for the private company to be able, have we done public participation? Does it mean in financial matters, Mr. Speaker, we don't do public participation? Because in everything in this country, you realize, Mr. Speaker, we end up in court if we have not done public participation. So how did we, and who are these officers who are approved? And this is not just at KICC. These guys are in all the hubs. At the hub in Karen, Mr. Speaker, we have a team there collecting. We have a team in every of the malls that you see, Mr. Speaker. Our young people were there and their data were being taken. Mr. Speaker, as much as we are talking of Shakahola, we will get another Shakahola in this one now. A Shakahola that we don't know, of young people who have no idea why they are being given money, who have no idea after they have received the money, the $65, you cannot withdraw, you cannot do anything with it, Mr. Speaker, yet already you have received. So, Mr. Speaker, if somebody has come to collect data in Kenya so that he can go around the world saying, I have numbers, people have joined in, the way we were doing Bitcoin and the rest, I think it is very wrong. And before anything, we want even the government to just tell us, who are these people? Who are they? And their names, where they've come from, the country, and why is it they are not doing it in their country, but they can come and do it in a third world country called Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Last on that, Jerry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to congratulate my good brother, Honorable Gitonga Mukunji, as the newly elected interim KYPA chairperson. Young leadership must offer integrity as an irreducible minimum. Honorable Speaker, artificial intelligence is a complex issue. Artificial intelligence is a matter that we have not even canvassed as far as the terms of our data protection laws are concerned, Honorable Speaker. I do not understand how a company, a private entity, entered our sovereign soil, started harvesting the data of our young people, exploiting the economic situation, promising them heaven. Most of the young people are just saying it's just a scan on my iris. So I go, I get scanned, and I get some Kenya shillings 7,000. Honorable Speaker, we must be told by the CS, the two of them, why did they allow that? How much data has a private company, as I speak, harvested? We need to know, and they cannot leave this nation before we have that information. Honorable Speaker, we do not know what they will do with that information. They are on record, the company, saying that they do not even, or they cannot provide sufficient information as to how they are going to develop the human IDs that they claim they will develop. They are saying that they want to build a single world currency. But Mr. Speaker, and maybe a honorable member has gone to the extent of saying maybe our young people will just disappear, vanish into thin air, you know. Honorable Speaker, we must ensure we protect them because we are the people who have been elected to represent their interests, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Majority Leader, this matter must capture your attention. How on earth would a foreigner walk into our country and start mining data from our citizens without license or without recourse to any law or authority? I think as leader of majority in the House, you have a cardinal duty to ensure that the ministers responsible bring cogent explanation to this House, either through you or directly as you may wish. But certainly members who have raised the issue are right, and this is a grave matter. I don't know if you want to say anything now. I saw long queues on social media. At KICC, one would have thought they were going to the polling station to vote or something like that. Yes, majority.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And maybe to begin with, let me commit, I will indeed endeavor to get a statement from the two cabinet secretaries, because as has been indicated, I also read on social media what seemed like conflicting statements from the two cabinet secretaries, and therefore we need a very coherent and unified statement from the two cabinet secretaries, that's the one in charge of Interior and ICT. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, it's true. It's sad that this matter came to light because it was in the middle of our city at KICC. More shocking, Honorable Speaker, is to ask, how does a foreigner not just come to collect data from the middle of our CBD, but from a government premise? Because KICC is a government installation. And therefore, whether this person is there legitimately or not, because we do not know, we wait to hear the answers from the government. But it concerns many people that this was being done in government premises. And even the cautionary statement being given by the data commissioner is a little bit too late, because they should have known before they set up camp at KICC. They definitely must have paid somebody to use KICC. The person who allowed them to use KICC should and ought to have verified whether they have been allowed by the data commissioner and they have all the requisite licenses and approvals. Because Honorable Speaker, as Honorable Mukunji rightly says, in this day and age of artificial intelligence, it is possible that Kenyans will be barred from walking through some places. Probably next time you go to walk into a bank and your iris is has been used for things that you do not know, and you are denied access. Probably next time you want to travel, you may find your passport or rather your image and your data has been used in criminal activities that you have no knowledge of. And even, Honorable Speaker, in this day and age of terrorism, Kenyans need to be cautious. And Honorable Speaker, allow me to use this opportunity to caution our young people, and not just young people, to caution Kenyans. Not everything that glitters is gold. And as difficult as circumstances around the economy may be, please don't rush for anything you hear that will give you an extra shilling. Some may be very enticing, but may be very dangerous for you. And I'm not saying this one is dangerous because I do not know, Honorable Speaker. We'll wait to hear from government, and I want to believe that especially the Ministry of Interior has taken all cautionary measures, including the National Intelligence Service, to establish who these people are. Because, Honorable Speaker, from the statement by Honorable Mukunji, the owner of this company, WorldCoin, Sam Altman, has been banned from collecting data in his home country in the US. So what is it that the Americans know about Sam Altman that the Kenyan state does not know, that we can allow him to come and harvest all manner of data from our people? And Honorable Speaker, it only came to light because it was at KICC. You can imagine how much more data they may have collected around the country. When the matter came up and it was in the news last night, I saw in WhatsApp groups in my constituency that in a village, a remote village called Lusigeti in Deya, they were there collecting data. And you can imagine, if you entice people in our villages with a little money, how many people will volunteer to just give whatever amount of data they can give in exchange for a few shillings or a few thousand shillings. Honorable Speaker, government has a responsibility to protect its people, and its people includes their personal data. And our laws are very clear on that, Honorable Speaker, and therefore I'll push the CS hopefully by tomorrow, latest Tuesday, Honorable Speaker, to have a statement. If he cannot be able to come, I can get a statement that I can read out to the House latest by Tuesday. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Majority Leader, given the gravity of the matter, I direct that you bring a preliminary statement to the House tomorrow at 2:30. What cautionary steps you are taking to protect even the data that this foreigner has mined from Kenyans ought to be in the safe custody of the data commissioner and not the foreigner. Next, Honorable Ekomas Mutuse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give a procedural statement on the progress on the consideration of the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, and request for extension of time by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. Honorable Speaker, Standing Order number 127, subsection 4, requires that the chairperson of a committee to which a bill has been committed to report to the House within 30 days on its consideration of a bill that is committed to the committee. Honorable Speaker, the Conflict of Interest Bill was read a first time on the 6th of June 2023 and was committed to the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. The bill seeks to repeal the Public Officers Ethics Act of 2003 and amend certain provisions of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act of 2002, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Act of 2011, the Leadership and Integrity Act of 2012, and the Public Procurement and Disposal Act of 2015. Honorable Speaker, the bill also introduces a new paradigm and approach to public service integrity and ethical issues, which will affect all public and state officers, including the manner in which members of this House will conduct their affairs once the bill is enacted into law. It is for this reason that the committee is of the view that more time is required to look into the fundamental issues that are contained in the bill. For the record, Honorable Speaker, I wish to report that pursuant to Standing Order number 127.5, that the committee has already conducted public participation in accordance with Article 118, Sub-Article 1B of the Constitution as read together with Standing Order number 127.3 and Standing Order number 3A of our standing orders. However, a number of justice sector institutions and members of the public have not yet presented their views. Additionally, serious issues of concern were raised during public participation and stakeholder engagements on the bill requiring further deliberations. There is also a need to review and consider expert opinion as well as comparative studies from comparable jurisdictions. In view of the foregoing and bearing in mind the matters provided for in the bill, further considerations, consultations, and public participation is required to ensure that we come up with a robust legal framework and for public service integrity. Honorable Speaker, from the foregoing and pursuant to Standing Order number 127.5, the committee reports this progress on its consideration of the bill and requests the indulgence of the House through the House Business Committee for additional 90 days to conclude the deliberations and table a report. I wish to finally also restate our commitment to process the bill and ensure Kenya has a formidable legal regime to deal with issues of conflict of interest in public life. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mutusa, you have done the right thing, but 90 days luxury is not available to you. You are supposed to have finished your work in 30 days. I'll give you an additional 2 weeks to finish your work and bring the report. You cannot exhaust your 30 days and come here and ask triple the period required under the law. Yes, Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I was engaging with Honorable Pukose, and that almost slipped through. Honorable Speaker, indeed 90 days is a very long time.
Yes.
And maybe we should allow them at least 45 days maximum for them to be able to engage all the stakeholders. But 90 days, Honorable Speaker, that will take us into the next session next year.
Majority Leader.
Considering that there are also recess times.
The anti-money laundering bill that I spoke to earlier is amending about 15 different acts of parliament. And we have given it 30 days. Conflict of interest is not a complex matter. It's very straightforward. I'll give you 3 weeks. Yes, Mutuse. Give him the mic.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for your consideration to extend the time. We indeed are obliged to go by your directions, and would consider, we wish you to consider that already the committee is considering many others, including the ones that you have given us. Number two, we had a discussion in the committee, and we've tabled, we have already engaged some of the stakeholders, and some of them had indicated that the availability is beyond the 3 weeks that you have given us. So, Mr. Speaker, if we could have in between, you give us 30 days, an additional 30 days, so that we can also do justice to the bill.
Okay, you'll have 30 days, but make sure at the end of the 30 days you don't ask for any more extension. But I allowed you for coming back to the House to ask for extension. There are many committees whose business has lapsed the 30 days, and the chairpersons and chairmen don't bother to come back to the House. Majority Leader will now go to question time. Oh, sorry. We have order number 8 and 9 to put questions. Before that, honorable members, we have the following schools in the public and speakers gallery. Baritabwa Primary School from Baringo North, Baringo. St. John Fisher's Mbuinjeru Secondary School from Runyenjes, Embu. Musukini Primary School from Mwingi Central, Kitui. Nyamondo Secondary School from South Mugirango, Kisii. Next order.
Order number 8, motion. Report on the United Nations Convention Against Corruption and the Global Parliamentarian Against Corruption meeting. Question to be put.
Honorable members, order. I now put the question at order number 8, which is that this House notes the report of the Kenya delegation to the Parliamentary Dialogue on the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, and Global Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC, annual general meeting held in Doha, Qatar, from 8th to 9th March 2023, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 26th April 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Report on a visit to semi-autonomous institution of the East African Community. Question to be put.
Order, honorable members. We now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Regional Integration on its visit to semi-autonomous institutions of the East African Community in Arusha, Tanzania, from 2nd to 8th April 2023, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 6th June 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Is the Honorable Chepkonga in the House? Honorable Chepkonga, will call out order number 10. I'll give you 5 minutes to prosecute it so that we go to questions.
Order number 10, motion. Extension of period of consideration of certain statutory instruments.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the reason why I'm sitting here this afternoon is because the Honorable Mbai decided to take over my seat, and he has acquired it without giving notice. So, Mr. Speaker, so I've decided also to look for a seat somewhere else. This is not my ordinary place. But, Mr. Speaker, because he's not been coming to the House, I've ceded it to him. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Section 15, subsection 3 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013, this House resolves to extend the period for the consideration of the following statutory instruments for a period of 21 days. The National Cereals and Produce Board National Strategic Reserve Regulations 2023, legal notice number 25 of 2023, with effect from 1st August 2023. Number 2, the Universities Regulations 2023, legal notice number 56 of 2023, with effect from 17th August 2023. And lastly, number 3, Access to Information General Regulations 2023, legal notice number 57 of 2023, with effect from 17th of August 2023. Mr. Speaker.
Who is your seconder?
Mr. Speaker, this is just purely a procedural motion just to ensure that the regulations that have been tabled before the committee do not lapse or do not come into effect without the House considering them. And so we are just requesting for extension of time to enable us to consider this regulation and bring them to the House as necessary, Mr. Speaker. My second, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move, and I would like to request the Honorable Bashir, member of the committee, to second.
Honorable Bashir.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Thank you. Order, members. Honorable Pukosi, take your seats. Or freeze where you are. Honorable members, I now propose the question that pursuant to the provisions of Section 15, subsection 3 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013, relating to extension of period of handling of statutory instruments by the National Assembly, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the following statutory instruments by a period of 21 days. 1, the National Cereals and Produce Board National Strategic Reserve Regulations 2023, legal notice number 25 of 2023, with effect from 1st August 2023. 2, the Universities Regulations 2023, legal notice number 56 of 2023, with effect from 17th August 2023. 3, Access to Information General Regulations 2023, legal notice number 57 of 2023, with effect from 17th August 2023. I'll now put the question. Okay. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence. Honorable Speaker, as I commend the Honorable Chepkonga for this extension, just to caution, Honorable Speaker, because I remember on the second item, the Universities Regulations of 2023, that the Honorable Chepkonga is aware that these regulations touched on matters that were amending the Act. And we had requested that in considering these regulations, he ensures that especially on matters touching on university funding, that nothing is done to amend the Universities Act using regulations. If anybody wants to amend an Act of Parliament, Honorable Speaker, they should bring an amendment to the particular Act, but not use regulations to amend the actual statute. Honorable Speaker, I just want to remind Honorable Chepkonga to ensure that, and I hope you bring a motion for either disapproval or partial approval of those regulations, so that we approve what relates to the open university, what relates to the funding of universities, because again, the regulations, if Honorable Chepkonga has gone through them with the Committee on Education, the regulations are also not in tandem with the new funding model for university education. And therefore, we must ensure that whatever we do, government is speaking in a coherent manner such that we are not talking about a new model of funding public universities, then using regulations, we are amending the statute to do other things, Honorable Speaker. And I just want to remind the Honorable Chepkonga, I know there are people who are very excited that by dint of time, those regulations would stand approved. And I must commend Honorable Chepkonga for extending that time, because there are characters, I am certain, who imagined that this regulation will stand approved by dint of passage of time. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chepkonga, I hope you get those concerns. Right, I now put the question, which is that pursuant to the provision of Section 15(3) of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013, relating to extension of period of handling of statutory instruments by the National Assembly, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the following statutory instruments by a period of 21 sitting days. 1. The National Cereals and Produce Board National Strategic Reserve Regulations 2023, legal notice number 25 of 2023, with effect from 1st August 2023. 2. The Universities Regulations 2023, legal notice number 56 of 2023, with effect from 17th August 2023. And 3. Access to Information General Regulations 2023, legal notice number 57 of 2023, with effect from 17th August 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honourable members, we'll now go back to order number 7. We've disposed of statements. We now come to questions. The first minister to appear this afternoon is the minister, the cabinet secretary responsible for agriculture and livestock development. Can the minister, yes, Osoro?
Sorry, Honorable Speaker, I seek your indulgence to appreciate the students that have visited Parliament today, and in particular, the students from South Mogrango, Mr. Speaker, and particularly Nyamondo Secondary School. Mr. Speaker, I felt it wise to appreciate them formally in the floor because that is a school that is found within the remote areas of my constituency, and finding their way to Parliament, Mr. Speaker, is quite motivating. And this reminds me that I first visited this house when you were sitting in the benches as a student, as a primary school student, and I sat in the public gallery. So that actually shows that anything is possible. That today, the students that have visited us today from South Mogrango, tomorrow, one of them could be taking their position even on my seat here where I sit. So, Honorable Speaker, that is what I wanted to say and appreciate them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture. Order, member from Horoni. Order. Honorable Koyo. This is not part of Horoni constituency, is it? Thank you. Honorable Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock, Honorable Inturi, welcome to Parliament. This is a place you are familiar with. You have been a member of this House. This afternoon you will answer questions listed by members to you. Be concise and precise in answering the questions, the primary questions, and I will be allowing 1 or 2 joyriders to each question so that they can be able to hold you to account on behalf of the executive as is required under the Constitution. First question is question 101 of 2023 by the member for Suba South, the Honorable Karoli Omondi. Karoli Omondi, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I now have the pleasure to ask question number 101 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the measures in place to address the re-emergence of animal diseases that were put under control in the country, such as anthrax, East Coast fever, contagious bovine pleuropneumonia, and trypanosomiasis, and the policy measures to eradicate them? Could the Cabinet Secretary state the policy measures instituted to address the proliferation of unlicensed and unregulated animal medicines in the country? Could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on the plans the government has put in place towards the establishment of trypanosomiasis centers in Suba South and Suba North constituencies to control the tsetse menace in the said sub-counties? And could the Cabinet Secretary outline the measures that the ministry has put in place towards distributing free livestock drugs and vaccines to farmers whose livestock have been greatly affected by the recurrence of the said diseases? And finally, could the Cabinet Secretary clarify whether the farmers around Roma National Park whose livestock have been affected by tsetse flies are eligible for compensation by Kenya Wildlife Service? Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Carol Omondi. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, if you may allow me, we are happy as a ministry to subject ourselves to the authority of this House, the representatives of the people of Kenya, to answer questions or matters that regard to our ministry. Mr. Speaker, I seek your indulgence, and if you may allow me, ask you to kindly, because there is supplementary information I'm waiting for from my office in regard to this particular question, so that I'm able to do proper justice to it, that I start with any other question, so that by the time we are finishing with the others, I may be able to answer this question being the last question, because I wouldn't want to give my good friend Carol Omondi an answer that I don't feel is sufficient enough, because I have a very short time to interact with the answer. So I seek your guidance, Mr. Speaker.
But not, even if Carol wasn't your good friend, you have a duty to answer the question. Carol, you'll have to wait for much later. Next question, 154 of 2023. Member for Mumias East, Peter Salasia.
Why is it?
Mr. Speaker, I have a question to ask to the Cabinet Secretary to outline the steps that the government is taking to support local companies to produce and supply BT cotton seeds to farmers in order to mitigate the high prices associated with the monopoly of supply by a single source. The number two, also would like him to enumerate the measures put in place by the ministry to address the constant price increases of BT cotton seeds, which is straining farmers by increasing the cost of production. And then the last one, to state the viable alternatives being explored by the ministry to address the high cost of BT cotton production, especially for the small-scale farmers who cannot afford the high cost of seeds, fertilizer, and insecticides every planting season. Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply as follows. The government is making efforts to attract companies to produce certified cotton seed in the country. And in order to attract suppliers of BT cotton in the country, Mr. Speaker, we advertised for expression of interest of suppliers on the 20th of April 2023, and on 27th June, Mr. Speaker, potential companies have applied for the production of BT cotton seeds in the country, and the evaluation process is ongoing. And we have developed a 3-year production target plan for cotton production of 40 acres in the year 2023-2024 and 60,000 in the year 2023-2025. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here, we are launching in collaboration with the Governor of Busia on Friday the growing of cotton on an acre range of 11,000 hectares, and in another 2-3 months, Mr. Speaker, because of the collaboration and support we are getting from other partners, we are going to get seed that I believe will be enough to support our farmers. Mr. Speaker, on the question of what we are doing to address the issue of also rising high cost of BT cotton, the country has already identified a supplier called Imeco Limited, and is importing seed from a company called in India. And since the approval and commercialization of the BT cotton seed production in 2019-2020, the supplier is now having or storing in BT cotton in its warehouse here, and it is towards these efforts of bringing down the cost of BT cotton that we've gotten into collaboration, government has gotten into collaboration and other stakeholders, and we've been purchasing and distributing cotton seed to farmers free of charge, and that is why we are collaborating with the governor of Busia this Friday for us to be able to cushion farmers on the rising costs of the BT cotton. Mr. Speaker, the other on what the ministry is doing so that there is affordable fertilizer and insecticide, where the government and its stakeholders we are doing 100% subsidy on BT cotton, which is now being supplied to farmers. And the government, with the county governments, are in collaboration in mobilizing farmers into strong cooperatives and building capacity for these cooperatives. And currently, we have that one operational cotton cooperatives, which are expected to mobilize enough resources to put for inputs and organize marketing and send cotton through contracting engineers and textile mills. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right, Salasia.
Speaker, I just want to thank the Cabinet Secretary of Agriculture for responding and coming up with the necessary action. And I think because being the member of Agriculture Committee in that Committee of Agriculture, I'm so proud of what is taking, and when a Cabinet Secretary, you should invite me in that meeting in Busia so that I can tell them that I brought the message to you and you have acted on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right.
Mr. Speaker, I will direct my PS to carry him in his chopper when he's doing that on Friday, so that he takes part in this very important event, because he wants to collaborate with the ministry.
I've never gone with the chopper, so please, I'm begging to be that trip.
Thank you, Honorable Salasia. Your excitement is understandable. Is that that's the member for Bura?
For Langata.
Oh.
Thank you.
Langata member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You grow cotton in Langata?
No.
Go ahead.
We don't grow cotton in Langata, but having been born and bred in a cotton rearing area, and Honorable Kaluma can attest that Homa Bay County and the larger Kisumu area has the best black cotton soil. Growing up, cotton was the only agricultural activity that used to happen in Homa Bay. And we used to have the Homa Bay Ginnery. As we speak today, the Ginnery is closed and there's no any sign of cotton plantations there, and there's no sign or any intervention by the government to bring back the cotton issue back to Homa Bay. Kindly, as you go to Busia, Bwana CS, kindly remember to bring back cotton to where cotton belongs. Then that will see the comeback of Homa Bay Cotton Ginnery and the revival of Kikomi, which was one of the biggest textile companies that was being supplied by the farmers in that region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Jalango. Who is the member next to you? Honorable Kukaunya, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask the minister to give us an assurance that the idea of launching will be followed up with a serious, robust distribution of seeds to farmers. Mr. Speaker, the reason I'm saying we need the assurance is 2 years ago, the launching of BT Cotton was done in Busia. I attended that ceremony, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the promise that was given was seeds will be available to farmers. The following year, to date, the seeds have not been availed. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to ask also the Minister, the traditional cotton seeds that were being given by the ministry to farmers as we await this transition, could that provision be availed to farmers as we await for the full production of beet cotton seeds? Mr. Speaker, the last question I wanted to ask.
Only one. You're a joyrider. You can't ask 3 questions. That's enough, Honorable Kaunya.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that opportunity.
Thank you. Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I want
Let's take one more, Minister.
I want to give...
Hold on. Honorable Kirima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My humble question to the Minister is that we're taking cotton to Busia, where Honorable Salesia has talked about. Can the Minister tell us that all the former cotton growing areas are going to benefit from this beet cotton, especially Meru, Central Menti, whereby we have a line generally, which has no cotton up to date to Meru because there is no cotton on the ground. And this cotton, which is going to come, can the Minister guarantee us that he is going to make sure that fertilizer is going to be distributed to the sub-counties constituencies? Because as we stand, counties are too large that fertilizer is mainly going to county headquarters, and it's very inconveniencing to farmers, especially Asura farmers who cannot afford transport to go to the headquarters, which is full of cartels. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, you can answer those 3.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the concerns of the honorable members. And let me assure them that under the Kenya Kwanza plan and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, cotton is one of the key value chains that this government is really serious on. And under AFA, we have our own directorate of cotton to promote the growth of these fiber crops. So, Mr. Speaker, in Mutembei, and we want to assure you, because under this plan, the government has mapped 24 counties which have good resource for the growth of cotton. Mutembei included, Meru included, and we are in the process. Once we do the launch on Friday, we expect to move on, and I'll be reaching out to members of parliament within these counties so that we work partner together, and because we have set aside money for the purchase of seed so that the members of parliament can be involved. We want to ensure that in the next 1 year, we are able to support the farmers to grow cotton that is enough so that we can close on the imports of cotton so that we can be able to revive the cotton granaries that we have in our country, because that is how we'll only be able to take money to the pockets of our people. So take my commitment. I want to tell you, having been a member of parliament, how passionate you are. I feel you, and I am ready, and we'll make sure that this is done. But when we come to you, just in the event that there is a requirement that you also want certain finances or this important house to appropriate finances to meet those demands, kindly please give us support.
Thank you. Next question. Will you also give out fertilizer alongside the seeds? I think that's what.
Mr. Speaker, we will be able to, when we are supporting farmers, and I think I've just come from a press conference with the president when he was trying to explain the measures that his government or what we are doing to support farmers. Today we have agreed with the governors that for us to be able even to have proper delivery, last mile delivery of fertilizer, we are going to partner together where our governors will be able to get us warehouses or stores where we will be able to take fertilizer, so that the problem much more the Member of Parliament for Women Central is talking about is eradicated. Where farmers don't have to move or travel for many kilometers to go and pick 2 or 3 bags of fertilizer. So we've agreed, we are working on an arrangement how that will be done, and I am sure, and I want to tell you that as we distribute the cotton seed for planting, all the members that have been registered in our system will be also able to get their fertilizer through the e-voucher system that is in place for them to plant. So we are prepared, we are ready, and today or from yesterday, the cost of fertilizer has gone down. We are selling fertilizer at 2,500, and because we are also getting into the season of the short rains, the collaboration that I'm asking for is so that we're able to work together to ensure the fertilizer gets to our farmers in those regions, so that our farmers are able to start planting early enough so that we are able to get increased yield. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Waziri. Next, question 155 of 2023. Member for Mogotio, Ruben Kiborek. He has sent me a letter requesting that he's nominated Korir Adams, MP for Keio North, to ask the question on his behalf. Honorable Korir, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, Honorable, my colleague is not here because he's bereaved, and I would like to ask the Minister, question number 1, to explain the plans that the government has put in place to allocate seed money for the establishment of revolving fund under the State Department for Livestock Development to fund the purchase of hides and skins for processing by Wasonyiro South Development Authority. Number 2, consider offering technical support, assistance and capacity building to the county government of Baringo in the hides and skins processing industry, so that to realize value addition, improve the quality of hides and skins, and create jobs among the pastoral community in the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to respond as follows. That the ministry is making proposals for the establishment of seed money of a revolving fund and the State Department of Livestock Development to fund the purchase of hides and skin for processing. And the ministry is currently supporting the mopping up of hides and skin by the Wasonyiro South Development Authority and the State Department of Arid and Semi-Arid Lands within the Regional Development Department and other state agencies. The Wasonyiro South, Mr. Speaker, Development Agency is operating a tannery to once meeting the mopping up of the hides and skins in Narok County, and has already been allocated 100 million in the budget for purposes of meeting this end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the next question is what the ministry is doing to give support to the county governments. We want to say that the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development and through the Kenya Land Development Council offers technical capacity building to county governments, including the county government of Baringo, in hides and skin improvement and processing. And this initiative is geared towards the improving of the quality of seed, and which will in due course increase the price of hides and skin, and also improve the value of the leather products for both domestic and markets. And I think we've also given the support of the sayers, the certain equipments to these counties that are used for slaughter, so that the skins are not really damaged. So, Mr. Speaker, that's the support we've been able to give to the county of Baringo, and we want to ask the members if they have any other ideas on what, with the consultation of the governments, we've asked the county governments and governors, in the event that there's anything that they feel we need to do better, they're always welcome so that we work together for the greater good of our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Boss or Korir, you have a supplementary. Let's start with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Not really a direct supplementary from me, but I was requesting that now that we have Honorable Chamatia, who is from Baringo, is here, to be given a few minutes.
You cannot solicit for any member to ask a question. Honorable Korir, you are out of order. Honorable Boss, Chamatia is a very competent member of Parliament. If she wants to ask a question, she will seek space.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to be able just to get clarification from the Minister. Honorable Minister, I think you mentioned that you're going to give technical support so you can promote the processing of hides and skins. But we know that the biggest challenge in the country, why we've never harnessed this industry, is because all the abattoirs in the country are old ones. They are all from independence times. There's no modern abattoir in the country except the one in the export processing zone, the EPZ place, the Kenya Meat Commission one. It's called Kenya Meat. And so it will not be, this program cannot work unless there is a direct plan to install modern abattoirs so that the skin is not damaged and the quality comes well. And also the processing of the skin initially at the abattoir so that it doesn't rot before it gets to the processing plant. So I've seen the budgets and I didn't see a single budget for the modern abattoirs. So maybe you can clarify that if there's a plan.
Thank you.
We'll take Honorable Pauline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two questions.
Only one.
Only one, okay. I want to ask the Minister, I know that the President and the Kenya Kwanza government has put place programs in order to reduce the cost of living. And one of them is to provide the subsidized fertilizer to the farmers. We have a section of Samburu County that people grow crops. And as far as I'm informed that Samburu County is one of the priority counties that you are giving subsidized fertilizer. And I wanted to know the reason why. Thank you.
You want to know why you are a priority? Or why you are not?
That's not
why you are not, okay.
Yeah, why we are not the priority counties.
Thank you, Pauline.
But it's about fertilizer.
Go ahead, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, let me be able to reply to the supplementary question from the Deputy Speaker and say that, Mr. Speaker, the government as of today is almost at the level of operationalizing the Kenani leather bag. And while we are mopping up skin and hide through the Wasonyiro and the Ministry Department of in Asal, is for us to be able to get them and get them properly processed and be able to do the best for the country out of leather. But Mr. Speaker, we have also made sure, and we are interested in ensuring that other abattoirs are operational. And right now, the program is to have some other 6 abattoirs operational, and I think some in that side of Baringo. I can commit and confirm that to one support of this program, Isiolo is complete. And the cold rooms are being fabricated, Mr. Speaker, in Italy, where I have come from, because I was there the whole of last week. And that's just a demonstration of how this government is committed to ensuring the leather value chain is given the recognition and the support that is required, And we are working tirelessly because we know the kind of transformative effect that this has on our economy. So it don't just boost for another few months, and I'm sure we will be able to roll out the program on later, and I want to do it because it's something that is now being done. Remember, we've passed the leather policy, which I think, if it has not been brought, has been approved by cabinet, and we are heading towards, in my view, the right direction. Mr. Speaker, you will guide me whether to answer the question raised by the member on fertilizer, because the issue we are handling here is about eyes and skin.
Generally, if as a minister you must be having facts about your ministry at your fingertips, if you have the facts, you can answer the honorable member. If you are not ready with it, you can seek indulgence of the House.
Mr. Speaker,
the question was very simple. Why is Samburu County not on your priority list in giving out subsidized fertilizer? If it is, you say it is. If it isn't, explain.
Mr. Speaker, in the course of answering these questions, I will be able to respond more appropriately because there's a question on matters related to fertilizer from the member for Bori. So let me gather the information more, but I know out of the 41 counties that we've been distributing fertilizer and there's a subsidy program, Samburu is one of the counties that we've been able to take fertilizer. So in the intervening period, I would be able to give the quantities of the fertilizer that were there and the number of farmers that were registered in Samburu, because one of the criteria for the allocation of fertilizer was the number of registered farmers and the acreage that they were to apply the fertilizer.
Thank you. We allow you to write to the honorable member and give her the details of what you are providing for Samburu. Next question, 224 of 2023, member for Teso North, Honorable Oku Kaunya.
Number?
Honorable Kaunya.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Sorry. I think I've skipped one question. Honorable Kaunya, I'm sorry, I'll come to you shortly. Question 223. The Honorable Member for Keio South, Gideon Kimayo.
Yeah.
1, 5, 6. Oh yes, Mukunji. Sorry, I was running ahead of everybody. 156, Honorable Kitonga Mukunji. Go ahead, Honorable Mukunji.
Okay, thank you.
Use that.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to ask this question on behalf of my people of Manyata constituency and also the farmers of macadamia nuts. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock Development, and for the records, I'm Gitonga Mukunji because of the Minister, Member of Parliament, Manyata constituency. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the steps that have been put in place to protect macadamia farmers from poor pricing and to improve market prices for macadamia nuts in the country? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to address the problem of poor macadamia prices, and of course recognizing that the prices are quite low. But first, Mr. Speaker, we are trying to come up and develop macadamia grading guidelines so that farmers are able to grade their macadamia in line with the requirements in terms of quality, so that they are able to gain maximum out of the macadamia they produce. So we are developing guidelines so that this is being, so that we are able to achieve this objective. Mr. Speaker, we are also collaborating with the macadamia growing county governments so that we are able to develop the proper harvesting calendars for the periods at maturity, because maturity of macadamia takes place in different ecological zones, in different times, so that quality is not compromised, and to ensure the county maintains a market share and attracts better prices internationally. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has also been carrying out value addition training targeted at the producer groups aimed at promoting product diversification, so that we are able to utilize the available nuts and reduce the over-reliance of import. So, Mr. Speaker, to once addressing this and recognizing the problem that we have, and our farmers having experienced this problem, and which has also been occasioned by the harvesting of immature nuts, the Directorate of Horror and Crops, we've really given strict instructions to enforce the rules so that no macadamia that are not mature are available in the markets. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I personally, having discussed with members of my committee, because I oftenly consult with them to address the immediate problem that there is, and because of the ban of the export of in-shell macadamia, and by virtue of an application of the Crops Act 20, 9 companies to export the in-shell macadamia for a period of 3 months from the 17th of July 2023 to 16th October in order to mop up the excess nuts in the market at a price not less than 100, because that was the condition of giving out the license. And why this was necessary, Mr. Speaker, is because we understand the effects of the COVID-19 were real. Some of the export business went down for that particular period, and those people that bought macadamia and were in store were not able to sell. And since they were not able to sell, they have not been able to get more capital for them to buy the garden. So there is excess, some areas excess macadamia, and because there is no capital and because there is that excess, then the unscrupulous or the brokers and the cartels within that space are able to take advantage of that. So to release capital and to enable those people that have been this trained, the reasoning was that we allow them to export, get money out of the export of the in-shell macadamia, accumulate enough capital, and then be able immediately to start buying macadamia at 100 shillings and above. And I'm happy to report and a meeting with 2 of the exporters today and people trading in macadamia, that today the price of macadamia in some areas is going up to 70 shillings and 80. So I believe in another 1 month we will be able to now get to the 100 target. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Kunji.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also want to thank the Minister for the answer. But, Honorable Speaker, this is not an issue we are engaging with the Minister at the first time. Honorable Speaker, I would like to know where he is on his public announcement that he is going to open export of raw macadamia, and now that he has said there are some companies, 5 companies he has licensed. I would like the Minister to state the names of the companies so that I can share that with my people and know where they can get good prices. I also want the Minister to help this House understand what is doing to protect the micro smallholder farmers, the growers, from the issue of brokers that he himself has mentioned, that is part of what is making the macadamia prices to always be low. And I would also like to hear from the Minister what he is doing in terms of research and development of macadamia nuts, sale, and so that we can have a competitive in terms of competitiveness in the world in the macadamia, and also on the issue of improvement in the local consumption of macadamia nut. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Kemei.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me be part of the joy riders that you're calling us to ask a question, not about the crop that has been mentioned, but the crops that are related with the same in terms of being grown by small-scale farmers. I'm concerned with sweet potatoes that are grown in some parts of Kericho, parts of Soin, Kipkelion, West, and Soka millet, which are grown in ASAL areas. My point is, what plans does the minister has for these small-scale farmers in terms of the technical support and ready market for the same? Because our farmers, and especially the sweet potatoes, we see them in some markets outside the country, but the middlemen will always come to buy from them with low prices, yet the farmers put a lot of money in it, a lot of time, and their prices are very low. So may the minister let us know the plans he has for such crops. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have, Mukunja is saying that I have licensed 9 companies, not 5. I'm in consultation so that I'm able to get the full names because I don't want to mislead the House, but I'm sure it's 9. If I was to mention, I will not remember all of them offhand, but we'll be able to, we can share the information. But I have licensed 9 companies. We'll be sharing with you who the names of those companies. In terms of trying to protect the farmers, Mr. Speaker, and let me generally say, Mr. Speaker, when this, in the wisdom of this Parliament, passed the AFA Act and collapsed most of our crops into that institution, there are many directorates within AFA. There is the coffee, there is oil and the nuts, there is the cotton, the fiber. Mr. Speaker, why there is the feeling that many things have not been done right before? Mr. Speaker, up to now, I've also not been able to understand whether it was by design or by default. But Mr. Speaker, AFA stayed for 8 years without a board, without an MD. So policy direction in terms of promotion and regulation on all the crops that are within AFA was a big problem. So my immediate understanding the importance of these agricultural crops to our economy and to our people of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, was to form the board of AFA, which is less than with 2 months. And within the 2 months, Mr. Speaker, they are moving up and down. They are trying their best. They are coming with these regulations. So I will seek the indulgence of the members because the directorates within, like the oil and the nuts, the cotton and fiber, is being worked on, and Mr. Speaker, we will be able to address these challenges because it has not been that easy. But let me promise that this will be able to do because they have timelines by when they must do it, just like we have timelines on how to address the issue of sugar, which they have also been working on. And Mr. Speaker, it won't take me more than 30 to 45 days until we come out with a way forward on all this. On the issue of millet and sorghum is the very crops that we are also trying to promote within the ministry. And I want to invite you for you to also to appreciate the importance of millet and sorghum in one of the greatest conferences in the world. It's called the Millet Conference, which we've been able to lobby and to bring it to Kenya in KICC on the 31st, on the 30th and 31st. 25 first leaders of the world are going to grace this particular conference, and we are asking people, millet growers, different types of millet to be participants because this is a crop that we want to promote. And that is a demonstration of how serious we are getting in really addressing the issues of farmers. Mr. Mukunji, for any avoidance of doubt, we have a company called Fair Nuts, Nice Mart Traders, Exotic, Nutri-Nuts, Super Tropical Fruits and Nuts, Enden Swing Traders, OCM Consulting, Lenana Processing, and Kanyili Packers. Those are the companies that we licensed upon application for export of Inshiro Macadamia, so that at least they will be able to offload the macadamia they have to the external, to the world market, so that they're able to raise enough capital for them to start purchasing macadamia at 100 shillings and above. This was the agreement, and I expect once they are done, the prices of macadamia to rise.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable Agnes Pareyo, question 222 of 2023. Sorry, Agnes. There's a reflection of light behind the honorable member. I can't quite see your face. Honorable.
Okay, my name is Kenneth Kazungu Tungule.
Yes,
I have
Tungule.
a question to the minister, a supplementary question. Okay, I had wanted to know what steps the minister has to protect the cashew nut farmers in Kilifi, because I think they are facing the same problems as the macadamia farmers. So I wanted to know whether the steps that he has mentioned about to protect the macadamia farmers will also apply to the cashew nut farmers in Kilifi. Mind you, the whole of Kilifi County is a cashew nut growing area, but the farmers have been exploited by middlemen and the Indian processors who give them very poor prices for their produce. So I want to know whether there are any measures that the ministry has put in place to protect these farmers so that they can get good prices for their crops. Thank you.
And the Kemei is protesting that you didn't touch on sweet potatoes. So you can deal with sweet potatoes and cashew nuts.
Mr. Speaker, let me first deal directly with the question that has just been raised by the member representing cashew nut farmers.
Member for Kaloleni.
The oil, and after Mr. Speaker, we have a directorate by the name Oil and Nuts Directorate. This is where cashew nut, macadamia, sunflower, and others are. So the regulations and the measures we are putting in place are that are being proposed, or the guidelines coming out from being developed by this directorate, will be able to take care of all the farmers that do edible oils. And there is also a commitment under direction that this particular here, because we really need to support the growth of edible oil crops, we have putting in money that will be able to support farmers from this region. There is clarification that I'm seeking for on how much we must do, and rest assured that the Kenya Kwanza government under William Ruto is committed to supporting the people of the coast. So we ask you to kindly partner with us, work together as a representative of the people. That's our interest. And as a person given the responsibility by the end of state to champion this cause, I am ready, willing, and available. At any time, if you want to consult me or you want me to visit your area and tell me what you want us to do, engage the farmers, I have devolved the ministry from Clean House to our farmers, and that's why I'm permanently out. So I am ready. That's what we can. Mr. Speaker, I cannot exactly be able to pick out what these great ladies wanted to know about the sweet potatoes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question about the sweet potatoes is that it is grown in parts of Kericho, Soin, and Kipkelion West, but market is the issue. There is no ready market. We have the small-scale farmers who are exploited by the middlemen. So I'm asking what the ministry has, the plans the ministry has in connection with that. Yet, Mr. Speaker, outside the country, you will realize that in some supermarkets we can find the sweet potatoes. I went to Geneva and I found some, but our farmers are just there. Thank you,
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me say this, and I think is a common information in the public that the responsibility of production is on our ministry, and we're happy what our farmers are doing. The Kenya Kwanza plan was clear, and it is on the need to do value addition and agro-processing. We are working very closely with the Ministry of Trade, Agriculture, and MSMEs, because we are trying to organize farmers in cooperatives and to be able to aggregate so that, Mr. Speaker, through the current, the idea of CAIPs, the county aggregation centers, will be able to ensure that we are able to aggregate and be able to hand value to our farm produce, so that, Mr. Speaker, when do the aggregation and we are able to own, then it is be our responsibility to dictate what price to sell our products. And the whole reason is to avoid the middlemen, to avoid post-harvest losses, so that our farmers are able to get the best prices available. Mr. Speaker, if we were to add value to our produce, I agree we will get better money. I have a project called NAV CDP, and this NAV CDP is is in your account. We are targeting to do value addition in every ward, and we are going to spend an amount of 20 million shillings for those value addition centers that we want to do in every county, so that our farmers are able to add value to their produce. We are also going within every county that we are going to operate. We are going to support the creation of cooperatives to give farmers the ability to run their business, money to organize themselves and borrow money as revolving fund within the ward. This is even a ward based. So, Mr. Speaker, if the Member of Parliament will urge government and be able to wait for some bit of time, because we may not have an instant answer to the problem, and because there is a structured way of addressing the long-term problems that we have through the county aggregation centers. Please allow us, and because advertisements have been done in the first phase of 14 counties was done, I think the other one either has come out or is coming out in another 1 week. This is an issue or matter we are going to solve in the long run. Mr. Speaker, Samburu, there was a question on how much fertilizer we give to Samburu, and I have, Mr. Speaker, the answer. Samburu was one of the 41 counties that we gave fertilizer on the first phase, and Samburu only redeemed 4,480 bags. It is still in the program this year, Mr. Speaker, and we'll continue supporting them. The only request I make is that kindly ask your farmers to get registered. When you get your farmers registered, they will be able to get fertilizer, because we are not going to give fertilizer to anybody who is not within our farmers' data. So that could be the problem. So assist me I am supporting, we are coming to support small irrigation schemes in Samburu. And one of the things I want us to partner is, once we started these small irrigation schemes, we want you to organize how to register farmers within those small irrigation schemes so that I'm able to follow up and give them support for them to produce food and be able to see what best we can do to really optimize the allocation of money we are going to put into this, into your county, and be able to grow more food for ourselves, because we have serious potential.
Thank you, Minister. Do you have the answer to Carol Omondi's question before I go to Agnes?
Not yet, Mr.
Not
Speaker.
yet. Agnes Pareyo, question 222.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask the CS Agriculture and Livestock Development the following questions. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why Nengetia National Cereals and Produce Board depots in Olokurto Sub-County, Narok North constituency are idle, forcing farmers to travel kilometers away to dry their produce at Narok town, whereby incurring losses? 2. Could the Cabinet Secretary outline the efforts being put in place to revive the Nengetia depots in Narok North constituency? Could the Cabinet Secretary consider outsourcing the depots to private entities to run the facility for the benefit of the farmers? Thank you.
Cabinet Secretary.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the Nengetia National Cereals and Produce Board depot is an old depot which was commissioned in 1978 and still silos up to now and pins with a capacity of 55,000 bags of 90 kilogram, located 43.8 kilometers away from Narok town. And the depot is idle because, Mr. Speaker, of the nature and the nature of the old obsolete equipment that were installed. The depot, Mr. Speaker, does not have a grain dryer, and the depot is not connected to electricity. That is the reason, Mr. Speaker, is not being used. But, Mr. Speaker, we have put in place mechanisms to ensure that we revive this depot, and we are happy and lucky that recently the tarmac road to Nengetia is under construction and was tarmacked up to that place and is now easily accessible. And the National Cereals and Produce Board at the moment has applied for electric connection to the depot, and the application is being fast-tracked with Kenya Power and Lighting Company. Mr. Speaker, we want to tell the member that we have earmarked this facility for upgrade and a government-sponsored mechanization project. And since we appreciate the good work the farmers of this country are doing, and for those that took the fertilizer, and considering that we must be properly prepared to mitigate loss during this harvest and to deal with the post-harvest losses, we have acquired, or will be able to provide, a mobile dryer to Nengetia so that those farmers are not do not really travel to those that long distance to have their maize dried. Mr. Speaker, in terms of whether we want to outsource these depots to private entities or not, our response is as follows. Because we have been considering outsourcing depots to private entities, and Nengetia is included, and the outsourcing is now, or will be guided by the National Cereals and Produce policy that guides leasing out of depots and other facilities to interested parties. And we have a profile of the silos. A profile of the silo was developed and shared with stakeholders in the green sector to partner with NSPB and use the facility for the benefit of the farmers on the ground. That's generally for whatever we are doing all over the country. But Mr. Speaker, let me say that right now, because of the expected bumper harvest, we are also looking or hiring extra silos or extra depots so that we are able to store enough maize. We are able to have dryers all over, and we are purchasing 100 dryers to continue to dry our maize during this season, Mr. Speaker, and I am sure we can better fast be able to utilize this government facility, because whatever was required for it to operate is something that we've done over 90%. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Right. Agnes, you're satisfied?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Yes, I want to thank the Cabinet Secretary for answering my questions, and then again bring to his attention that my constituency has 4 sub-counties. That is the Central and then Narok North. And Olokurto is situated in Narok North, where so many farmers are doing huge or large farming in wheat, barley, maize. And now it's a season that we need a dryer for the maize because we have a lot of maize in that area. And I just want to thank you for saying that we are soon or considering reviving the stores. And it's not only about the stores, it's about, because the facility is big, there are shops there where you can be taking or supplying fertilizers to the farmers in Narok North, so that women can as well reach the fertilizers in a nearby place. Because of the roads, the situation of the roads in Narok North, the roads are impassable. And when you take these fertilizers nearer to the people, so many people will benefit and they can be able to do farming easily. So I want to say thank you, and we are looking forward for the revival of the depots so that the farmers cannot be traveling long distances when they need fertilizers and when they want to dry their cereals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Agnes. That's a statement in appreciation. Next question, 223. Gideon Kimayo, member for Keyo South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to answer the question 223 of 2023. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the cost of top-pressing CAN fertilizer prices remain relatively high despite the government subsidy program on fertilizers? Secondly, state the actual price of 50 kg bag of CAN top-pressing fertilizers charged by the National Cereals and Produce Board. Number 3, highlight the measures the government is taking to prevent skyrocketing of fertilizer prices occasioned by middlemen, and further state the measures government is pursuing to avail the fertilizers to farmers at appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply as follows. I am aware that the market price of CAN fertilizer is relatively high, at an average price of 5,400 for a 50 kilogram bag. But however, the price is now lower compared to the price of 5,900 last year. The cost of top-dressing fertilizer CAN is high, Mr. Speaker, because government is not an importer of fertilizer, And finally, Mr. Speaker, the price of the important CN fertilizer is influenced by the free on-board price, the freight charges, the clearing, handling, and exchange rate fluctuations. Mr. Speaker, support production and with the subsidy program is retailing fertilizer at 2,500 from yesterday. It has been going for the 500, but from yesterday we started selling fertilizer at 2,500. And yesterday alone we did a sale of over 34,000 bags of fertilizer. So for those farmers that are feeling the pain or the pinch are the ones that did not in the government call to get registered and farmers. We have opened again and ban of the export of windshield macadamia by virtue of an application of the Crops Act 9 companies to export the in-shell of macadamia for a period of 3 months from the 17th of July 2023 to 16th October in order to mop up the excess nuts in the market at a price not less than 100, because that in terms of promotion, then it is because the Swedish government gave me support, and we are trying to map to register farmers more to lay the proper infrastructure for use by the farmers.
Good. Basil.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. My question is, to what extent are you utilizing technology to be able to know which area wants or needs what fertilizer? Because if you look at Russia as well as Israel, they are using drones to be able to understand what area or what soil needs what type of fertilizer. So that's a question to the Minister. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, that's a very good question.
Hold on, I'll take Karemba. Kimayo, you asked twice, didn't you?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have noted that in my constituency that if farmers get the fertilizer on time, it is the best thing that can happen. Now my question to the CS is, instead of considering the agrovets and vetting them so as to establish their integrity levels, why can't you use the existing offices of the National Government Administration Officers, including the DCC? And I am saying this because I have seen them distribute relief food, and they bring us on board, and we get the relief food get to the vulnerable and the people it's supposed to get to. Why can't you use that infrastructure? Because it is existing, and it is working. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Is that Kawanjiku? Or is
Kirima, Speaker.
Kirima.
My humble question, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My humble question to the Minister for Agriculture. As now the national government, when the minister tells us that he is going to join hand with the county government to distribute fertilizer, or for the county governments to provide stores whereby the fertilizer will be kept for farmers to reach it quickly, isn't there going to be conflicts of interests whereby politics is going to play a role? For some of the governors are going to use it as a campaign tool to deny or to make sure that those who are not favorable to them are going to miss this subsidy. And in the process, what is the the national government doing to the county government? Are you giving money to the county government to hire those places? Or is there any special fund to hire stores to keep the fertilizer? Because it means that some places will lack this fertilizer for the county governments may be unable to hire. Let's say like in Meru County, where we have 9 constituencies, 9 sub-counties. Will the county governments be able to hire 9 warehouses to store this fertilizer? And in the process,
enough, we have asked a question.
Finally, Speaker, when it is done, Mr. Speaker,
your time is spent. Let's take one more. Chematia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I also, from onset, I want to thank the Minister for most of the good work he's doing in the ministry. My question is more of a compliment. I wanted to understand the idea of millet and sorghum. I come from Baringo, which is a very favorable area to do that kind of a crop. 2, we are experiencing little rains now, and most likely you're going to have an El Nino coming for the next 3 months or so. Is it possible for you, Minister, to organize early enough for us to start planting millet? We can start by using the seeds that you have, so that we can engage our farmers now. Two is...
One is enough.
Thank you.
Kimayo, you didn't have your supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I appreciate the response from Honorable Cabinet Secretary, he may not be aware of the middlemen in the supply chain of fertilizer distribution. Let me give him using my constituency. My constituency is made up of two landscapes. One is the highlands, and there is the Kerio Valley. Somebody moving from Kerio Valley all the way to where there is the store where the fertilizers are found will use 1,500 shillings to go and come back. Because the ministry just identified one store in the sub-county. And it is the same for the other sub-counties in my county. Marakwet West has one store. Kerio North, the same. Marakwet East, the same. So for somebody to commute from one place to where there is a store, you need to pay for your own transport and at the same time transport to take the fertilizer. So that will increase the cost. So somebody decides, instead of me commuting the long distance, let me just purchase the fertilizer in a shop nearby. And that is expensive than what is available. So the minister is not aware. Maybe you need to ask the people on the ground. Number two.
Ask one of your first one.
It is related. I'm just to follow up on what he replied because I'm not satisfied. There is the cooperation between KNTC, the county government, and NCBB. When you go to NCBB to ask why there is, you want a new place to have the fertilizer within the sub-county, you ask it, go to KNTC. When you go to KNTC, talk to your county government. Talk to your county government, the county government says the stores that we ask the NCBB to look into, they have to meet the standards. In my constituency, I have 6 wards. Each ward, there is a store constructed by farmers using cooperatives. Why can the farmers be allowed to be given fertilizers using the same stores instead of going the direction that the minister is saying we use agrofets? And there are stores which the farmers already have constructed using cooperatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
I'll take one last one again. Then you can answer those.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, first of all, I want to thank the minister through you, Mr. Speaker, for a wonderful job he's doing in the ministry. And particularly thank the government for these subsidy fertilizers. Mr. Speaker, we expect a pamba harvest, particularly in our area. We expect a huge harvest in South Rift and even North Rift. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the minister whether he has measures in place to buy this maize particularly at a good price, because we are worried, Mr. Speaker, that after this pamba harvest, our farmers will get a very good price, and we are asking the minister to really assist. Secondly, I want to, Mr. Speaker, ask the minister to think about the extension services in this country. I know this is now with the county government. As a policy maker, what measures do you have in place to make sure that farmers understand whatever we are doing, the husbandry and all this, soil testing, how to apply fertilizer, and that kind of thing? We should. The last one, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Sigei.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
I gave you an opportunity to ask one supplementary.
Let me ask the last one, Mr. Speaker.
No.
The last one.
Kigumo.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm member for Kangema, Honorable Kihongi.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Kangema, not Kigumo.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of distribution, I think that's where there is a major challenge, mostly in areas to do with central Kenya, like Kangema constituency. But like for me, I was allocated 2 bags, but I have been given only 30 days to go and correct. Mr. Speaker, I was thinking, as one member had put it, even though you have a plan to work with county government, we have also structures as a constituency and CDF, whereby you can just release a circular. You release a circular, maybe through the CDF board, whereby they can allow us to use the infrastructures like our vehicles, the GAO vehicles, they are all over in our constituencies, whereby when somebody pays, can now bring a receipt and we assist in distribution, because the only challenge is distribution. But we need a circular to support the payment and the use. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I was asking if we can just use as a litigation measure, because we have only 1 month. But with that circular, some people are coming to us, Mr. Speaker, asking us, why don't you support us with your vehicle? But they cannot be able to use the CDF vehicle or the GOV vehicle unless now we can be able to support through a circular from the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, most of those questions are related and are on policy. You can combine them and tell the House what you are doing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to be properly understood, because I did not say that we are using aggrovates now. I've gone down this country, different counties, and the most recurring question or challenge is that we are walking very long distances to get the fertilizer. I would want really this House to appreciate that the process of coming up with the registration of farmers with the system to give fertilizer did not really, we've been in office, or we started this thing in January. Just starting 5
Minister,
something.
you said you are mapping out aggrovates so that you can use them for distribution. Members are saying they have alternative facilities available in their constituencies up to wards. Would you consider using those available facilities instead of aggrovates?
Mr. Speaker, my mapping of aggrovates is for the future. It's not now. It's the long term, so that this matter is sorted once and for all. But now, because it is urgent to ease the problem of transport, is why we have worked out with the governors. Remember, it is, if we are to deal with the CDF for now, we will require certain mechanisms, because I don't think the CDF allows you to go and hire a store. The governors, by the nature of the devolved function of agriculture, we work very closely and they have money. So they can easily pay a temporary store for 2 or 3 months, because it is not very expensive. And then I will just carry or hire a temporary staff and be able to give them the laptop or any other equipment that will be able to access our e-voucher system for them to redeem. Because I will not allow any fertilizer being given without going through the e-voucher system. If it is out of this e-voucher system, I can tell you that we've now been able to give 3,200,000 and very specific numbers. So we don't want to run away, and because the commitment of government is to have all our services online, and this is what we must embrace and do. But in the fullness of time, we will be able to achieve a system whereby at a maximum of around 2 or 3 kilometers, you can go to the nearest agrovet and take your fertilizer through the redemption by use of the e-voucher. That's the long term. But for now, and having to or required to address the challenge of distance, that's why we have brought in the governors, and we have agreed with them on what we need to do, and the remaining period for us to get fertilizer is too short, because we want fertilizer on the ground and with the farmers before the end of next month. Mr. Speaker, a number of questions have been raised, but let me also mention that because of the good work the farmers have done, they will be appearing before the Delegated Legislation Committee, I don't know, next week, because out of the regulation through, we have brought in the request for approval of the strategic food reserve regulations, so that we are able to get enough money to buy. Government is committed, it set aside money to buy the farmers the maize. And not only even buying, where the government is buying 100 dryers, some mobile, to make sure that we minimize post-harvest losses, and these dryers will be available to the farmers so that the farmers are comfortable. Mr. Speaker, I also want to mention that I don't know, there is a member who has to why millet. Under FAO, this is the year, the International Year of the Millet. And being the International Year of the Millet, and we are to do a lot of lobbying because FAO is promoting the growth of the different types of millets because of their nutritional value. We are to lobby and discuss with the others because it's an area we want people to embrace and get to know about to get the conference being held in Kenya. So it is out of lobbying, it is out of the recognition of how important millet is by FAO and being a strategic crop that is being promoted all over, that we have the millet conference here on the 31st, on the 30th, and 31st. And many ends of states are in support of this. August that first. There is a member of parliament, a member who asked whether governors will use this as a campaign tool. This will not be used, and I don't believe it will be used as a campaign tool. Because what we are saying is that the governors just provide us with the store. She's not the one to continue distributing. We are sending SMSs with the voucher numbers to every farmer that is registered to visit the store to go and pick. And for your information, as long as you are within the data system, our data system, even if you come from Kericho, and for example, you want to pick your fertilizer from Mombasa because you have another farm in Mombasa or in Kisumu, you can easily be able to access fertilizer from any part of the country. So it will be the decision of the farmer where to pick, but we have brought in the members of the leaders of the county governments for convenience. Why aren't we using the Ngao infrastructure to provide, to give the fertilizer? This came from, I think, Karemba. The cost implications, however much I appreciate what the Ngao has done, because they really supported me in the registration of farmers and the good work they have done. Remember, they are very well spread, but we really do not have that finance. Parliament has not appropriated money for that purpose, and we would not want to operate in an area whereby we spend public finances without the authority of Parliament. But out of small resources or little resources that can be within our normal budgetary allocation, we can be able to hire some other 50 or 100 temporary staff, which we can be able to keep or post to the stores that the governors will have opened, and then they will be able to be our officers that will be reading fertilizer. Remember, the fertilizer is not free. So for that matter, the chiefs or the ACCs cannot really just go taking on delivering it all over, because it requires to have a proper support system of technology system for it to operate. You must be having proper network. And I think I answered it together with the gentleman who asked whether we are using technology. Whatever we are doing in the distribution of fertilizer is we are leveraging on technology, and that is why we are not getting in contact with very many people. It's the farmer who gets his information and goes at a time when he wants, redeems it from anywhere. So this technology that is we are appreciating here, and what is really assisting us. I don't think the distance I've covered, or now we want to cover the distance. Mr. Sigei, this is something to do with the extension service. And I think it's important for the members to listen on this one. We are very deliberate in ensuring that the extension service, because of the key nature of the transformation it can be able to bring into this sector, we are very committed to it. What we need and what we have to do, or tell you what we have done now. If you want to know, we have different applications in place already. That if you want to know what crop to plant in your constituency, we have an application called KAMIS, the Kenya Agricultural Management Information System, where when you get into it, you key into your county, to your sub-county, to your ward. It will be able to tell you what to plant and when. We have another one called CAOP, the Kenya Agricultural Observatory Platform. It will give you the weather patterns that you expect in every ward in the whole country. So out of the 1450 ones, we've been able to reach out to all of them. So it will tell you when you expect rain. So that information is able to assist the farmers. And we are not only limited to the crop. No, it will also even tell you the kind of animals that you can be able to keep, and because we are almost completing also the livestock master plan. So we have, in terms of technology, we are quite advanced, because even when the already onboarded services on the e-citizen platform are now above 1,000 from the Ministry of Agriculture. We have another 3,500, which we expect to onboard before the end of the year, because there's that commitment to offer government services online. So we want to make agriculture digital. We want this to more appealing, and these are some of the things we do, because we also want to bring even our own youth for them to know. So the extension service will be offered online, and having serious discussions with my team on how to ensure we can have exciting strategies and methods, so that we are also able to capture many people to come to our support, because the embarrassment we have gone through as a country, from begging for food, for people without going food, can only be sorted by us sitting down and discussing and taking a deliberate decision that we must all work towards making sure that the country is food and nutritional security. And it begins with us as leaders, and we have a very responsibility for each one of us to be able to feed our own people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Minister. We have another minister queuing. So question by member for Teso North, member for Mandera South, member for Buri, and member for Suba South, including the question asked by Sigei about what you are doing to purchase the bamba harvest that is on the fields of farmers at affordable prices. You get ready to come back on Wednesday next week. We'll give you the first shot. Clerk, don't add any more questions to this minister. He'll only come to answer those that I have listed, plus Sigei's issue. We will release you, Minister, so that we let in the Minister for Labor. Order.
Next week.
We'll escort out the minister and bring the next minister. Honorable member for Keses, you've just walked in, you don't even know what has been going on, and you are busy asking to ask a question on something you probably don't even know.
I'm here to escort you.
Hold your horses. You will ask the minister your question next Wednesday. He will be the first for the first 1 hour. Thank you, Minister. We release you to go back. Usher in the Minister for Labor. Where is the Minister for Labor and Social Protection? Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection, welcome to Parliament. This is your opportunity to answer several questions listed to your ministry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So, honorable members, with all those questions, we'll allow the questioner and one joyrider so that we can be able to run through. The Minister, last time we expected you. You sent to the House a very casual note about not being in the count of Nairobi. And both the majority and minority leaders in the House took a very dim view of that kind of attitude. Next time we are told you're out of the country, so you may start by tendering an apology to the Honorable House and Honorable members who had questions and who had done their research to make interventions. As an old colleague in the House, you know the premium you put to the need to appear before this House to respond to any issues by the people's representatives. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And honorable members, thank you for this invite to answer questions related to the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection. Mr. Speaker, my apologies. It was not intended to disobey this House. It was my first presence that I was going to make. I gave the notice not to appear in a short notice, which I apologize, and next time I'll be able to give an apology early enough to notify the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Apology taken. What is out of order on that? You're gone?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder what the minister is right that next time she's going to give an early apology. Is she expecting not to come again next time?
We will not allow her to choose when to come and when not to come, or when to apologize or when not to apologize. Minister, when the House requires you to be in the House, you drop everything and come. For us to have set Wednesday, we even synchronize with the executive that there are no cabinet meetings on Wednesdays. So Wednesdays, when you are obligated to be here, you have an obligation to be here. We'll let it rest there. We have several questions, starting with the member who has just asked whether you anticipate not to come and apologize. Brighton Yegon, you may ask your question 088 of 2023.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My first question to the Minister or Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide the number of Kenyans working in Saudi Arabia and their status of residency, the type of employment and working stations, as well as the number of reported cases of deaths, torture, and inhuman treatment of Kenyans working in the Gulf states, particularly in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, for the last 3 years? Question number 2, explain the measures the ministry has put in place to secure the welfare of Kenyans working in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, including the agreements that the government has with the government of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to address the reported cases of mistreatment. Question number 3, provide details of regulatory steps taken to license the recruitment agencies that recruits Kenyan to work abroad, and in particular, Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Ms. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, you may proceed to answer the question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the member for asking the questions. The response to the first question on the number of Kenyans working in Saudi Arabia. Now, these Kenyans that are in Saudi Arabia are found in the following sectors. They are found in domestic work, some in the education sector, others banking, others the hotel and catering, transport and agriculture. Majority of the migrant workers that are engaged in Saudi Arabia are domestic workers. The number of Kenyans that you find in Saudi Arabia are 200,000, with 151,687 working in the domestic sector. And the distribution of the domestic migrant workers per agency is provided in the Annex 1 that is available. Now, the number of reported cases of the deaths per country, one is Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We had 185 Kenyan migrant workers that lost their lives from 2020 to November 2022 as follows: 48 in number of deaths in 2020, 60 deaths in 2021, and 77 in 2022, from January to November 2022. Then United Arab Emirates, we had 45 Kenyan migrant workers who lost their lives from 2020 to December 2022 as follows: 10 deaths in 2020, 17 deaths in 2021, and 18 deaths in 2022. The state of Qatar, 53 Kenyan migrant workers lost their lives from 2020 to December 2022, with 26 of them in 2022. The causes of death range from illness to homicide, and the next of kin are usually or were appropriately notified of the reported death cases through the established channels. It should also be noted that Kenyans get medical attention in the kingdom. Their residency status should be legal, and those who have vacated their contracts or are known as runaways usually face a challenge in accessing health services. Disputes. A total of 175 dispute cases were reported in the last 9 months in 2023. The conflict revolved around unpaid wages, change of employer, workload, exit after concluding employment contracts, medical treatment, injury, being held in the recruitment agencies, accommodation without being allocated employment, runaway employees, residency ID, travel documents, and irregular extension of contracts. Then we have a table there. A total of 121 cases were resolved following intervention through involving parties in conflict, and their Saudi authorities were necessary. A total of 97,173 Saudi riyals was subsequently recovered and paid to the respective parties. Second part of the question, to explain measures the ministry has put in place to secure welfare of Kenyans working in the Kingdom of Saudi. The ministry has followed or done the following measures to secure the welfare of Kenyan migrant workers in the Kingdom of Saudi. One is that the Kenya government and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia signed a bilateral labor agreement on recruitment of domestic workers in May 2017. The BLA is being reviewed currently to address the emerging labor and employment issues, to enhance protection of the migrant workers, be able to do better terms and conditions of service, improve the terms of service, and enhance protection of these workers. A multi-agency technical committee with representation from the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, and Office of the Attorney General have prepared amendments to the BLA, and the same has been submitted to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for consideration. Number two, the other measure taken by the ministry is that we have established a labor attaché office in Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In addition, labor attaché offices have been established in the state of Qatar and United Arab Emirates, where we have our officers placed, and they are the only 3 labor attachés that we have, in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, and UAE. The labor attaché office, among other things, is mandated to source for employment opportunities, monitor the implementation of BLAs, and address the welfare of Kenyan migrant workers, including those who are in distress. However, there is need to establish additional labor attaché offices in these cities of Saudi Arabia, the city of Jeddah, Dammam, and Tabuk, including other key labor destination countries. The reason is to be able to have more attachés to be able to serve our Kenyan migrant workers out there. The few that we have are not enough. The 3 that we've put there are not enough. We need as many as 14 to be able to put them in those countries where we have the Kenyan migrant workers. Cabinet approved the establishment of 7 more labor attaché offices in February 2021. However, it is important for this House to note that this has been hampered by budgetary allocation. The other measure done by the ministry is, together with other stakeholders, we have developed a national policy on labor migration. The policy provides a framework for promotion of inclusive and sustainable development of the country through safe, orderly, and productive labor migration. The policy was presented to Cabinet in February 2023, where Cabinet directed certain amendments to the policy. The policy will be resubmitted to Cabinet within the next 3 weeks as per this document. But what I know is that it should be able to come within a week due to changes that have been made. The other measure is that the ministry, in collaboration with stakeholders, have developed a labor migration management bill 2023, which seeks to promote safe, ethical, and orderly recruitment and safeguard the rights and welfare of the migrant workers. The bill has introduced additional clauses to make recruitment agencies more accountable and periodically report to the welfare of the migrant workers recruited. Office of the AG has finalized the legal drafting of the bill, which is now awaiting submission to Cabinet for approval before submitting to Parliament for approval and enactment. And I'll ask this House to support us on that bill. The other measure is that the ministry is also developing a robust curriculum for pre-departure training to equip Kenyan migrant workers who go to Saudi Arabia with the prerequisite skills, information, and knowledge to enable them to navigate around the challenges that they may encounter during their stay in the kingdom. Madam Speaker, some of the pre-departure trainings that you want to equip these workers with are the skills like even the basic language, let them know the culture of the countries that they are going to, so that when they go to work there, they're able to adapt easily. The other measure is that we have identified critical institutions to be established in Kenya, that is the Migrant Workers Welfare Fund. Cabinet approved the establishment of the Migrant Workers Welfare Fund in February 2021. This fund is also provided under the Executive Order number 1 of 2023, and the main objective of the fund is to be able to provide protection, welfare, and assistance to the Kenyan migrant worker out there. The National Treasury and the Office of the Attorney General have approved the establishment of the fund under the Act of Parliament. The Ministry, with support of ILO, the International Labour Organization, has carried benchmarking study covering 4 countries where such funds have been put to use, like the Philippines, Vietnam, Nepal, and Sri Lanka, to inform the process of designing and establishing a migrant workers welfare fund in Kenya. A multi-agency technical committee to steer the process of establishment of the fund has also been constituted. As provided in the manifesto, the Kenya government intends to establish a specialized social welfare kitty for Kenyan women working abroad to provide a safety net for those in distress. And as a ministry, we have developed a framework to facilitate portability of knowledge, skills, innovation, and technical resources available in the diaspora for national development. Then lastly, the ministry, with the support of ILO, is working towards establishment of a return and reintegration program that will enable migrant workers participate in national development while abroad and upon their return. A migrant resource center has been put to use at National Employment Authority to offer redress to returnees. The return and reintegration program will focus on welfare assistance, such as psychosocial counseling, legal assistance to distressed migrant workers, labor market information, employment facilitation services, skills upgrading, saving and investment opportunities, business and enterprise development, and provision of information on health assistance referral. The other question was to provide regulatory steps taken to license recruitment agencies. The ministry has established an elaborate mechanism for licensing and regulating private employment agencies. This system has enabled the ministry to root out rogue recruitment agencies. There is an inter-ministerial vetting committee with representation from key government agencies that was established to vet all the private employment agencies in the country. The Ministry of Labor chairs the committee, and it comprises of representatives from ministries responsible for immigration, labor, security, foreign affairs, and the Office of the Attorney General. The list of recruitment agencies can be found on the attached Appendix 3. We also have an oversight and community feedback mechanism. The ministry has established an oversight mechanism and a community feedback mechanism to facilitate continuous monitoring of private employment agencies. A distress reporting mechanism established through a web portal under the National Employment Authority Information Management System, and a toll-free line has been given to report migrant workers that are in distress. And the number is 0800 22 2223. We also are doing capacity building of the private recruitment agencies, voluntary, and we have 167 of them that have gone through this training. The ministry is implementing a program towards capacity building of the private recruitment agencies to enable adoption and adherence to the international recruitment system standards. The IRIS standard relates to the entire recruitment process, from recruitment, deployment, employment, and return, and onward migration. Already 167 recruitment agencies have been taken through, the introductory part of the training, while 25 have already been enrolled in the capacity building program towards certification, while 4 have undergone through mock audit towards certification. Observations. Data related to Kenyan migrant workers to the kingdom is very critical to inform policy formulation. However, the same information, the same data is segregated and maintained by various different agencies with no synergy among them, hence the estimates reported above. It would be prudent for all migrant workers to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to be obligated to record their entry with the embassy, to develop a database to inform policy and collect the necessary details that can help prompt intervention to the multitude of grievances received. Enhance collaboration with the Kingdom's authorities, both at the Kenyan national level and within the Kingdom, can mitigate the challenges manifested. The vastness of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the presence of Kenyan migrant workers throughout the Kingdom calls for enhanced consular services of the Labor Attaché Office and possible presence in the key cities of the Kingdom. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, a follow-up question. The Honourable Member for cases. Hold on, it seems like the owner of the question wants to ask a follow-up first. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam CS has given us a very good and elaborate proposal on what should be done to protect our Kenyan citizens who are working in Saudi Arabia. We have more than 200,000 Kenyan citizens working in Saudi Arabia, and as you've seen, 185 Kenyans died in the last 2 years. And there are a number of measures that the CS has put in place. But until then, would we be able to say Saudi Arabia is a safe destination as at now? Because you've given us a very elaborate measures that if put in place, it will be able to ensure safety of our people in Saudi Arabia. But as at now, the more than 200,000 who are there, how safe are they?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member, for that question. I would want to say as at now, the situation in Saudi Arabia is better. Why? Because we have engaged government to government. I have engaged at my level with the Labour Minister of Saudi Arabia, and we are putting in place some of these measures that I have mentioned. For example, I have said we are doing the Labour Migration Management Bill to be able to manage some of these recruitment agencies that pick or are doing rogue activities. Some of these workers that go to Saudi Arabia do not go through the right channels. Some of them go through the visitor's visa. When they arrive in Saudi Arabia and 3 months is over, the visa is over, they now turn to want to look for jobs. And I have said without the documents, it is a challenge to live within that region. So mine is to say that going forward, we are going to manage the movement of these workers out of Kenya to Saudi Arabia. We are going to even manage at a higher level. And I'm sure the heads of states will also meet. But that interaction was very important, and note that I was the first Minister of Labor to visit Saudi Arabia. Those Kenyans have been there at the masses of other people. No one had followed them. And I think that going was good. We have fewer cases now. I'm not saying we have stamped out all the cases. I have said we need more labor attaches to be able to manage the many Kenyans that are there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, allow member for cases. Just one question.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity, and allow me first to applaud the CS, Florence Bore, for the good steps you've taken. And even before you ask a question, probably not to reduce you back to what you've already said, but rather Kenyans are keen and are following these proceedings. I don't know part of your discussion whether there are some steps you've already taken through the government of Saudi Arabia to be able to identify the Kenyans who are there and make some communique to the residents of Saudi Arabia, the employers per se, to ensure that the conditions of Kenyans working there are taken in a humane way, because most of the information we are getting, it looks like the treatment is not humane. Now, last question I would want to ask, probably that you are here and it's within your toolkit. I want to appreciate that you've already informed the Kenyans that you are commencing the exercise of releasing the last tranche of under social protection, the cash transfers to the elderly people. But down there, there are a lot of unanswered questions we receive from those who have just grown of age. They have celebrated their birthdays of 70th year.
Yeah, Honorable Member, you're going to a different topic. It's not related to the question.
That's a Joraita question, Madam Speaker, and since she is...
I think I'll just let Waziri to answer the first one you asked. The second one is not relevant to the original question.
Thank you for the Member of Parliament of Keses. Just to answer you on the question, I have said I went in February. We were able to engage with the Minister of Labor of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. That discussion is still ongoing. We have not finished the business. We are doing step by step. During the course of this month, I'm meeting a body of recruitment agencies in Saudi Arabia. That body is referred to as CCRC. And part of that arrangement is to be able to ensure that we have our workers going there and working under safe conditions. So the engagement is continuous. Why it is continuous is because the BLA that was there, that was signed in 2021, was only for domestic workers. But the current BLA that we are reviewing, that we are working on, is to be able to enable other skilled labor from Kenya to go there, because the job market there is very big. And when I went there, I discovered that the Philippines have got 1 million Filipinos working in Saudi Arabia. As we're only talking about 200,000, we should be able to fight for that market, even us. Ours is just to be able to brand our Kenyan workers, who are very good. We have the NYS, we have the youths that have been graduating, we have many unemployed Kenyans, up to 5 million. And most of them are aged between 15 to 30 years. What are we going to do with those Kenyans that are looking for jobs? Let's look at the positive sides. Let's minimize the negative that we are getting, and let's ensure that we protect our workers. Of course, we are also going to benchmark with these other countries that have workers in this region. We've said the Philippines, there are very many there. I'm sure with the new developments in that country, we can still get space for our Kenyan youth. There is a new city that is coming up called Neom. They need workers, they need security, they need people to work in the construction industry, they need drivers. The job orders are many. And the other day, one of the companies from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia gave us a job order of 10,000 Kenyan workers, which we should provide by looking at the skills that we have, and we ensure that we also don't deny our country with certain skills that we need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, and I think we'll go to the next question, question number 089 of 2023 by the Honorable Robert Basil. Yeah, and member for Keses, you'll notice that the upcoming question is what you were trying to ask. So you are trying to actually ask a question through the back door, which is not yours.
He was trying to preempt me.
Okay, proceed. Where is Honorable Basil?
Here I am. Thank you, Madam Speaker. on behalf of senior citizens in Kenya, I rise to ask question 089 of 2023 to the CS. Could the CS state what the ministry intends to do to incorporate new senior citizens into the older persons cash transfer scheme, those who have not benefited from the scheme for a long time, and consider compensating them for the lost period? Number 2, can the CS state when the ministry intends to update the register of the program so as to incorporate new citizens who have attained the mandatory age and weed out dead ones? Thanks.
May I proceed, Waziri?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Member Honorable Robert Bassin, MP of Yatta. Thank you for the question. It is the intention of the ministry to register and support all Kenyans above 70 years in the Inua Jamii program. According to the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, Census 2019, there are 1,213 citizens aged 70 years and above. Out of the number, 833,129 are registered in the program, the Inua Jamii program, leaving a balance of 379,871 who are eligible for registration. In the financial year 2022-2023, the ministry allocated Kenya shillings 17.54 billion against the required budget of 29.11 billion, translating to a deficit of 11 billion. To address the funding gap for the program, the ministry is fast-tracking the establishment of the Social Assistance Fund, which will create an avenue for more funding from different sources apart from the exchequer. The fund will increase fiscal space to support the program expansion. This financial year, the ministry has received a presidential directive to increase Inua Jamii beneficiaries by 500,000. This will include eligible older persons and will therefore reduce the current coverage gap. On the other hand, according to the program design, there is no compensation provision for those who have not been registered into the program. The beneficiaries are only paid once registered and enrolled into the program. Response to question Roman 2, to state when the ministry intends to update the register. The ministry has an elaborate case management process where updates are made on the beneficiary data on a continuous basis, through which deceased beneficiaries are exited from the program. The ministry also collaborates with the civil registration services, through which Inua Jamii beneficiaries' data is cross-referenced with their data in order to identify and suspend deceased cases from the payroll before exiting them from the program after verification. The ministry has not been able to conduct replacement of the exited beneficiaries due to inadequate financial resources to support the field officers to carry out the exercise. However, this financial year 2023-2024, the ministry has received a presidential directive to increase the existing number by 500, as I had mentioned. The ministry will therefore undertake a national registration exercise for eligible persons of households within the financial year across all the 290 constituencies. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Eric Mushangi, a member for Runyenjes. So you want to say something? Okay. Let him have a go, then you can have a chance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When you look at the list currently being used, is a 2016 list. So 7 years down the line, the senior citizens who have attained 7 years of age have not received any penny. And I thought it would be important if we can automate the system and also do backdating. If you look at teachers who retired from 2004, the government has tried to backdate for those who did not receive the increment from 2004. So it will be so unfair to have people who have missed out from the register for 7 years when constitutionally they deserve to be in the list and to be compensated for the years lost. So that is my follow-up question. It will be important if that can be taken into consideration, because these are our senior citizens who actually, most of them are in their chronic ailment stage, what is referred as medical body in science. So it would be nice if we can factor that. Thank you.
I'll give a chance to Honorable Mushangi, then we can let the ministers.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Waziri. Going by what I see in my constituency, I have reservations on the number that the minister has indicated, that of 300,000, because in every small gathering in my constituency, I have very many people who are not enlisted in this program. And I wish to ask the minister to explain to this House whether you have accurate number of the senior citizens who are not registered, the accurate number, and also the number of people living with disabilities who should also be enlisted in this program. And lastly, now that there is a presidential directive that you upscale the number to 500 beneficiaries, is there a budget for the same, or is it just a directive? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I answer that too?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the question asked by Honorable Basil of Yatta and Honorable Karemba, my chair also of the Committee of Labor. I have said the ones that we pay currently are 1,200,000, and the budget that we give them is 17 billion that the government is able to afford as of now. But in this financial year, we are increasing the beneficiaries by 500,000, and we had made a commitment during the Social Protection Week conference that we were going to increase the number from 1.2 to 2.5 in 2 years. This year, we are saying we are going to increase by 500,000. So the number that we are supposed to increase next year is 800,000. However, when I bring the Social Assistance Fund bill to this House, my request is that let's pass it. Why? Because once we have that act in place, the Social Assistance Fund bill, it will mean we have donors coming on board to support the exchequer. And now, once we pass that and have the donors who are very ready to come on board, we will now be paying everyone who is above 70 years old. So that is the only thing that we can do as a House, that you can support us to have this bill in place, and then we can now pay everyone that is over 70 years. Then for the member of Vayata, I think you mentioned about teachers. Those who are paid under this Inua Jamii program are the unemployed. We don't pay people who get the pension. It is only those who are vulnerable, those who cannot afford. Yes. Maybe she can repeat the question.
You can clarify.
Allow me to clarify. What I said is the teacher, I made a reference to teachers who actually paid by the TSC, those who missed out in the increment that occurred in some years in 2002, somewhere there.
And are paid arrears.
They'll be paid their arrears. So I said if the Ministry of Education can do that, why can the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection equally compensate senior citizens who have been left out by the system from 2016 up to date? So that's a reference I made, because those are 7 years And you can imagine 7 years someone lacking money when they are supposed to be enjoying the benefit which is within their right and within the Constitution. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, the Member of Parliament, for clarity. We will not be able to pay the arrears. However, within the system, there are about 5,000 that were left out, I think within a period of 6 months. I think you've heard from your constituents. They've been complaining. Those are the ones that we have brought on board, and we are going to pay them going forward. They were not in the system for various issues, maybe because of the tamp testing with the machines, that they were not able to be paid. They were locked out in the system. So those ones have been brought on board and will be paid from next month, about 5,000 of them. But for the arrears, it may be difficult because now that one will, we don't have the budget for that. Okay? Thank you.
I think you should be telling the honorable member that they should make sure they appropriate the money from this house,
yes,
so that you can be able to pay it.
Yes.
Okay, I think we can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, I think we just said we'd have one follow-up question, and we've already had a follow-up question. Yes, honorable member Fothika.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I said this one, I had to arise and support my CS.
Thank you.
And Madam Speaker, it is good that I stand today and ask members who are here and to pass the message to other members. I know everybody is saying that we need to know how many died, who are enlisted. And when I come to the floor of the House to ask them for money, even to audit the system itself, is usually a problem. So members, when the next time you see me arising, asking you, I need more money for social protection, it is for us to audit, to know exactly where we are. And as well, Madam Speaker, we've told we are going to have an extra 500,000 more persons to be enrolled. I have done through my calculation. I think that's a good number because every constituency, but I know there is a criteria that the ministry will be using, but at least we are going to be getting 1,500. Those ones we are going to enlist from constituencies. And I think that's a good number waiting for the next year.
The honorable member using question time.
No, not question time.
To answer the question for the cabinet secretary. I don't think it's
I was just trying to tell members, the next time they see me coming here, either for estimates or for budget, for more money for Inua Jamii.
You'll have an opportunity for that when you can bring it as a motion before the
Thank
House.
you, Madam Speaker.
Report. Okay, I think
Honorable Alice is my chair of the social protection, and thank you for the support.
I think you're the only person who's been allowed to be supported by a member.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
I think we go to the next question. Question number 090 of 2023 by the member for Konoin, Honorable Brighton Yegon.
Very much. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My question to Cabinet Secretary for Labour and Social Protection. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the steps being taken, if any, to ensure that the basic needs or support for children whose parents or guardians are serving life sentence are met? Question number 2, explain the plans or policies in place to provide financial support to children of incarcerated parents.
Cabinet Secretary, may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Children's Act 2022, Section 144E, states that a child whose parent or guardian has been detained, held in custody or imprisoned or is in remand to be a child in need of care and protection. The Kenya Prison Services, in collaboration with the Ministry of Labour and Social Protection and other partners, developed a policy on care of children of incarcerated mothers 2022 to offer guidance to all stakeholders in quality care for children of incarcerated mothers aged 0 to 4 years. The policy highlights the importance of early childhood development with a focus on children of incarcerated mothers aged 0 to 4 years born in prison or accompanying their mothers to prison. The policy provisions are in the following areas: living space, health, nutrition, early learning and play, psychological support, safety and security, and responsive caregiving and reintegration processes. There are two categories of children of incarcerated parents: 0 to 4 years, who are allowed to stay with their mothers in prison, and above 4 years, who are expected to be outside prison. In view of the above, the following are the steps taken to ensure the basic needs of children are met. One is that the sub-county children's officer opens a protection and care file for children accompanying their mothers and caregivers to prison and those left at home. 2, sub-county children's officer conducts a social inquiry, interviewing the parent at remand or prison and home assessment, and compiling a court report. 3, prison's officer prepares care plan for the children while in prison premises. The care plan includes basic needs of the child, tracing relatives, and exit from prison. Number 4, family conferencing is undertaken to execute the care plan, which include child and parent counseling. Number 5, reintegration with other family members or placement in a charitable children's institution or statutory children's institution, which is a last resort and temporarily, or referral to agency for basic needs. Number 6 is executing any other court orders issued besides reintegration. And lastly, follow up to find out how they are doing with relatives in the institution. Note also that we have ongoing talks with the Chief Justice on to have these mothers put out of prison to be able to take care of these children, and those discussions are positive. Then the plans and policies in place to provide financial support to children of incarcerated parents. 1, the ministry has developed a 10-year care reform strategy for children in Kenya to guide national steps towards family promotion and strengthening, robust alternative family care and tracing, reintegration and transitioning from institutional care to family and community-based care for all children in need of care and protection. Number 2 is rescue and placement to a charitable children institution or alternative family care. In addition, the sub-county children's officer receives and compiles reports on all children received, those who are eligible as per the PSSB guidelines. And I'm told in all constituencies you will find these presidential bursary funds that can be used. Although it is small, kitty, but it can help give a child about 30,000 per year. The ministry effects change management of caregivers, guardians to ensure continuous support through cash transfer to orphans and vulnerable children for the households already enrolled. The other plan is to ensure uniformity in all prisons and facilities taking care of such children and those in the community. The ministry is also developing guidelines on the care and protection of children of incarcerated parents. Then lastly, the last 3, the ministry has developed a child protection management information system to manage data and information about children that need care and protection, including children of incarcerated parents, for real-time monitoring and reporting. Ministry also has done a National Children Policy 2010 that provides safeguards for the rights and welfare of children in the country, and is currently under review to align it to the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and emerging children protection issues. Lastly, the ministry has a National Social Protection Policy 2011, which is under review, that recognizes and builds on existing social protection initiatives such as education bursaries, school feeding programs, fee waivers in public health facilities, orphans and vulnerable children's OVC programs, older persons cash transfer, and youth enterprise fund, among others. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Yegon.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the questions are well answered. Maybe if I could get the printed answers for the two questions that I asked for the purpose of follow-up.
We'll provide.
Okay, thank you. Any follow-up question? Okay, the Honorable Catherine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very impressed with our CS today. I think the overhaul that he's spoken about is quite promising. I just wanted to know about the slavery. If somebody goes there, they go as Christians and they are forced to change into what the employer wants. I don't know if you have also done something about that discrimination. And then the address, the data, what they've gone to do, if it is in the house, factory, airport, things like those, then do you have a day that as a ministry you take to go online and talk to these people? Because it is good also for them to feel like their country is following up. If anybody has a problem, they can air out or a portal where they drop their questions. And then also are they pensionable?
Sorry, Catherine, I think what has happened, you're actually asking the previous question, and the Cabinet Secretary has already answered. So you've been overtaken by events.
The last
so
one is pensions.
You want to ask about the children in prison, because that's what we are on at the moment.
Okay. Pensions and insurance. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, just because you didn't, I'll let the follow-up question be done by Honorable Fatuma, Full Network.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not really a question, but it was a point of information either to Madam CS or my dear honorable member here. I am a Muslim, and I know what happens a little bit in the countries that are Muslim countries. They don't actually force you to join the religion.
I wanted you to stick to the question. You see, now you're answering the question for
but
the
this
minister.
is just a correct.
No, it's not. That's not a question. I think we'll proceed to the next question. Okay. All right. The next member who's supposed to ask the question, question number 091 of 2023 by member for Machakos County, Honorable Joyce Kamene. Let's stick to the rules of the standing orders. That the question that is answered by the Cabinet Secretary is the one that had been sent in advance to the Cabinet Secretary. Then if you have any follow-up question, it has to be relevant to the question that the Minister was answering. But you can't, it's not a time to debate or raise other issues. Okay, let's proceed. The Honorable Member for Machakos County, Honorable Kamene. She was supposed to ask that question. Is she here? Okay. Then we move to the next question. So we'll proceed to the next question. Yes. Okay, just for the knowledge of the honorable members, standing order number 42B 5 says that where a member is scheduled to raise a question in the House is absent without the Speaker's permission, the question shall be dropped and no further proceedings shall be allowed on the question during the same session. And I think in the Speaker's communication today, he alluded to that. So let's move to the next question, which is question number 092 of 2023 by the member for Kirinyaga County, Honorable Jane Minor, MP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaker. Is that you? Did you have permission of the Speaker to ask the question?
Is that you? Did you have permission of the Speaker to ask the question? Okay, then we move to the next question. Question number 093 of 2023 by the member for Kirinyaga County, Honorable Jane Minor, MP. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Did you have permission of the Speaker to ask the question? Or it's you, is that you, Jane Minor?
Yes.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker.
I know you as Kasheri.
My name is Jane Jerry Maina, aka Gasheri.
Okay.
I want to thank the good CS for finally coming to the floor. My question to the CS.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Honorable Member, Jane from Kirinyaga. Roman 1, the response is that the Inua Jamii Cash Transfer Program operations are supported by a system known as the Consolidated Cash Transfer Management Information System, which holds beneficiary data and automates various functions. The beneficiary updates are initiated at the community level with the support of beneficiary welfare committees that are usually known as BWCs at the location level on a continuous basis. Using the case management form, the BWCs capture relevant beneficiary information that require to be updated using prescribed form and forwarded to the ministry program officers at sub-county levels, who then capture in the system and update module for subsequent approval by the headquarter office. Sometimes the reporting by BWCs delay timely updates. The beneficiary national identification number are verified against the Integrated Population and Registration Services, the IPRS, to confirm accuracy of information such as name, nationality, and age. The system also runs checks against Civil Registration Services data to flag out deceased beneficiaries from the payroll. During payment, verification is also done using the National Identification Card, payment card, and use of biometrics to ensure the right beneficiaries receive cash at the payment points. Roman 2 on the effectiveness of the program since it was launched is that the cash transfer program for orphans and vulnerable children was the first cash transfer program to be launched in 2004. This was followed by the older persons cash transfer program in 2007, and then the cash transfer program for persons with severe disability in 2010. Since inception of the programs, there has been an increased coverage from 2,900 to 1,233,129 poor and vulnerable beneficiaries in all the 47 counties. Besides the regular cash transfers, Inua Jamii also supports complementary programs such as the nutrition improvement through cash and health education, popularly known as NICHE, being piloted in 5 counties, and economic inclusion program, EIP, being piloted in 5 counties, that is Kitui, Kilifi, Marsabit, West Pokot, and Kisumu. From internal and external assessments on cash transfers, these programs have had significant effect on the livelihoods of the beneficiaries, these households and communities at large. A recent midline impact evaluation of Kenya's Inua Jamii indicated that cash transfer has allowed older persons to be less dependent on family members and more valued within their households and their communities. The program has mitigated the stress from financial insecurity and increased beneficiaries' sense of purpose and satisfaction from being able to help others as opposed to only receiving help. Impact evaluations and surveys conducted on the program has also shown that the money is used to buy food, repay debts, cover medical costs, and buy livestock, thus increasing the household purchasing power. Local economy becomes vibrant during the payment days. In addition, there is increase in savings and investments, leading to ownership of assets, investments for the future in education, nutrition, and production sector, improved enrollment, retention and transition of children in school, increased food expenditure and dietary diversity, improved health conditions, and reduction in poverty levels among the beneficiary households. Response to question Roman 3 to explain the circumstances which certain deserving beneficiaries from Kirinyaga County do not receive the Inua Jamii cash transfers. The last scale-up for the cash transfer for orphans and vulnerable children and for persons with severe disabilities cash transfer programs was done in financial year 2015 and 2016, while the financial year 2017-2018, there was a scale-up of the older persons cash transfer program to cover senior citizens aged over 70 years and above. Since then, no additional resources have been availed to the program for new registrations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Jen, if there's any supplementary question.
Thank you, CS, for a detailed response. Perhaps I just want to get it from you. How often is the cleanup? We know death is a daily occurrence, and Madam CS, the government is now targeting to be making monthly payments. So perhaps have you considered automating the system and integrating with the Register of Births and Deaths? So how often is the cleanup done of the system? My other question would be, how are you containing discrimination at a local level? I have spoken to several old persons in Kirinyaga County who claim that they registered, or rather that when the registration was being undertaken, the chief was selecting certain members of the community. So how do I ensure that every person above 70 years, because I know the president gave a directive on new registration to the tune of 500,000, how are you going to safeguard that there is no discrimination, that every old person in Kirinyaga County will be captured? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, sir.
Proceed, Minister.
Thank you, Speaker,
Yes.
sir. Regular cleanup is regular. However, we also want to note that the cleanup process that entails the whole system requires funding. And when you don't have the money to do it, we may not do it as regular as it should. And that is why we are saying we are looking for more funding to be able to bring on board more beneficiaries and to be able to clean the system. Number two, I have said we have the BWCs, the Beneficiary Welfare Committees, that I think are under the constituency MPs. It is good to work with them so that as they bring on board beneficiaries, it is an agreed thing within the committee that who is vulnerable and who can be brought onto the system more than the other. So they are able to gauge. Even if they are over 70 who are about 100, you cannot bring all of them on board. You can only bring a few. So it is good to work with these beneficiary welfare committees, the BWCs, at the location level on a continuous basis to have the right persons on board. Thank you, Speaker, sir.
Yes, Honorable Jane, you still have a further supplementary question. Proceed.
Yeah, I just want to note that the CS will not touch the question on how often it is. I meant 1 month, 2 months. It seems she doesn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole, but I understand that they have funding constraints.
No. Honorable Jane, you don't have to answer for the CS. Proceed and put it straight.
I just gave her a leeway. She said that they have funding constraints, but she has failed to tell me whether it's 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, or maybe perhaps once a year. Or
So you are fully satisfied. Thank you. Any other member? Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is on the same question that Honorable Minor has asked, on the question of discrimination. And I speak for my constituency, Keyo South. Every day I go to Mashinani, interact with the old Wase. They ask me which criteria was used so that this person who is 70 years was given the money, and myself, I'm 85 years, I'm not getting the money.
How do I answer to my shosho that question?
CS. No, that's a very common question, and it's actually cross-cutting. CS, proceed and answer that one.
Thank you, Speaker. I hear members and I hear the cries from the beneficiaries. Some are put in place in the wrong way, others are left out, others are put there. Mine is to appeal that we work with these committees just to ensure that the right beneficiaries are put in place. And Speaker, sir, it's also important to note that we were able to clean up the system for the persons with the severe disabilities because we had some funding for that. And we were able to bring on board about 10,000 of new beneficiaries of persons with disability just because that segment had extra funding and were able to do it. It is just that these other ones for the older persons and the vulnerable children, we didn't have the funding. But for the severe disabilities, we have brought on board about 10,000 new members. And we'll continue with the exercise to do the cleanup because we have deceased persons and there could be some room to be able to bring on board others. However, remember we're also going to bring on board another 500,000 this year. That way we can also bring in the very needy cases that need to be brought on board. So there is room for us to do that. 500,000 this year and next year 800,000. And when we pass that social assistance fund bill, then we can now bring everybody on board. So the faster we pass it, the better, so that our people can be able to gain from this Inua Jamii program. And even as they use the Inua Jamii program, Speaker, sir, is that the ones that will be weaned off get better and are no longer vulnerable, can leave room, can allow to move out, and allow those who are very vulnerable. Thank you. Now that with the bumper harvest, we expect the vulnerable to get some food to eat. Thank you very much, Speaker, sir.
The last question on this matter, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, what I just want to get is clarity because it is insinuated by the minister that there is a committee. How is the composition of this committee? Because we like to know, because I've been a member of parliament for the last 25 years, but I don't know the composition of this particular committee, so that at least I can interact with them to get to know how is it that the registration is being done, because we normally just see people being floated names, and then we come across this kind of situation where when you go back home, one says, here I am, I'm either widow, I'm just 8, and I'm not getting this particular fund. So if we can just get the composition, we might be in a position to interact to see how we can also be injecting our proposal in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, sir. You said Member of Parliament, your name, please?
I'm the Member of Parliament.
Please put on
I'm the Member of Parliament for Kinango in Kwale County. My name is Honorable Gonzi Rai.
You've been a member for 25 years?
For 25 years.
Member of Parliament?
Yes.
Honorable Minister, answer the question.
Thank you, Member of Parliament of Gonzi, Member of Parliament of Kinango, Honorable Gonzi. The BWCs, the Beneficiary Welfare Committees, are made up of beneficiaries themselves and their representatives. So they sit down and agree on who to put on board and who to be the caregiver of that beneficiary. Some of those beneficiaries are too old to be able to come for the money. So caregivers are they usually give a caregiver within the family setup to be able to act on their behalf. So within those committees, just check they are within your constituency and work with our officers on the ground to be able to have them if you don't have them on board.
Mr. Speaker, just a writer to that one.
Okay. Your question was supposed to be one, but give him 1 minute to do the supplementary question.
What I just wanted to know is, there are those persons who are actually involved in the registration of these persons, the identification, those persons who identify these people.
Yes.
They could not be the beneficiaries. There are different people who does the registration. So those members, the persons who we can interact with, because you see the beneficiaries are very many. But you see, once we get to know who are these people who are mandated to do the registration, we can tell them, please, so and so is more vulnerable, he needs to be included in this particular program. Because you see, if I don't know who is actually mandated, the beneficiaries are actually working on a different program altogether, because they are actually trying to give the names of the persons who are supposed either to collect the monies on their behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Member, within the sub-county, we have social protection officers. And if need be, we can give you the name and the phone number for that social protection officer. Then you can work with that officer. It looks like there's a disconnect between you and the officer, but we can help you get engaged with him or her to be able to know who the beneficiaries are in your constituency. We even have the figures. How many get, who get, from the sub-county to the ward level to the location level. We can give you the names of those beneficiaries. Then from there, you'll know the caregivers and you'll know our officer. And that is the reason why I'm here. I'm here to answer your questions and to ensure that you're also able to serve Kenyans well. We work together, I give you the officer, and you'll be able to get to know the committees that are at your
Yes, that question is now well answered. And indeed, Gonzirai proceed, and after this, possibly talk to that team so that they can give you the fine details on the team that is in charge of social protection. Otherwise, I want us to move to the next question. You don't have to stand. This is a house of rules. We have never conducted our business like that. So let me give, still the same matter. We must really bring that matter to a stop, because we have another question that are similar, is similar to this one. So you'll have a chance to actually get back to this. So let's move to the member of Kiambu, Honorable Machua Waidaka, MP.
Thank you, Chairman. My question to the Madam CS. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. My question to Madam CS is the following. Considering that some of the effects of cancer is physical loss of body parts like limbs, hands, and breasts, and other adverse effects like loss of sensory, mental, visual, hearing, learning, or physical amenities that condemn them to permanent disability, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why such cancer survivors, including those in Kiambu constituency, are denied eligibility for registration as persons living with disabilities? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, the Member of Parliament of Kiambu, Honorable Machua Waidaka, for the question. The response is that registration of persons with disabilities is provided for in the Persons with Disabilities Act, number 14 of 2003. Section 7, 1C of the Act mandates that the National Council for Persons with Disabilities to register persons with disabilities and also organizations, institutions, and associations of persons with disabilities. The Act defines disability as physical, sensory, mental, or other impairments, including any visual, hearing, learning, or physical incapability which impacts adversely on socio-economic or environmental participation. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities describes persons with disabilities as those who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments, which in interaction with various I may not go through all of them. Registration of an individual as a person with disability starts with the person appearing to a medical team or panel in level 4 or 5 government hospitals across the country that conduct a disability medical assessment. The individual is therefore given a disability medical assessment report signed by the County Director of Medical Services or County Director of Health. The signature by the County Director of Medical Services or County Director of Health in the medical report is authority for the National Council for Persons with Disabilities to register persons with disabilities. On registration, an individual submits a copy of the signed medical report, a passport-sized photo, and a copy of the national ID or birth certificate to the National Council for Persons with Disabilities across the 47 county offices in the country where the registration takes place. To enhance standardization in the disability medical assessment process in all the counties, Ministry of Health developed and put into operation a new disability assessment and categorization guidelines that guides and standardizes the assessment process across the country. And the other steps are there. So what is important is the assessment of an individual who requires a disability card that has to go to hospital. So you may be having someone who has an issue with cancer and maybe has been amputated, or even a disease like diabetes that causes the amputation of the hand, the amputation of the finger, the amputation of the leg. For them to be assisted or to be put into this system, they have to be assessed in a hospital and be given a card. Then that card, they can be able to use it at the Disability Council for them to get support. Part of the question B, cancer survivors, as per the assessment and categorization guidelines, cancer survivors, after losing any part of the body through amputation, leading to limitations and functionality, effects are assessed and registered. Just exactly what I've just mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Member.
Yes, Honorable Waithaka.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam CS. I would like to ask a supplementary question, and I'm going to start it this way. An oncologist is a doctor who treats cancer and provides medical care for a person diagnosed with cancer. As the CS for labor, are you aware that we have a shortage of oncologists in our hospitals? That's one. Number two, what steps in your ministry are you undertaking to employ enough oncologists in all our hospitals across the Republic? If I may continue, please, Mr. Speaker. A cancer survivor undergoes 5 stages in life that affects him or her, that is physical, emotional, mental, financial, and social. Have you considered giving them special privileges like the case of PWDs? And considering that cancer is the 3rd killer disease in our nation after infectious diseases and cardiovascular disease, a lot of families are suffering from psychological impact brought about by this killer disease. Are there steps in your ministry to empower cancer survivors through capacity building programs? Thank you.
I think that's enough. Yes, CS.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Member, for that question. But I think, Speaker, that question I may not be able to answer because I don't know the number of oncologists. That would be to my colleague, Ministry of Health.
I think, Honorable Waithaka, the issue of relevance, our supplementary question has been beaten by your second question. Honestly, you have completely gone to a very different question that possibly the Minister will require more time to research on it. And possibly, if you deeply look at it, it may also require another sector, another CS to deal with it. So, CS, you may say as much as you can on that, and then that is it. Otherwise, any other question related to the same? Yes, Honorable Member. Give him the microphone. That's honorable. There's one near you. Just use that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Honorable MP for Lesamis.
Order, member. For neatness, if you want to ask a supplementary question, then put intervention.
It is supplementary, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Minister a question that was earlier raised by Mheshimiwa Gonzirai. And I'm also interested in that question because we need to know the structures of how these beneficiaries are identified. What we was asking, and I'd also like to answer on that, is that how do we know the people in that committee who identify the beneficiaries in the village out there? That is the question that I'd like. I didn't hear it being answered, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Appreciate it.
Again, that borders the issue of relevance to the question we are dealing with. But just stay around, because I notice ahead there, Honorable Gonzirai himself has a number of questions that will deal with that matter. Any other question? Yes?
Asante, Bwana Spika. Swali langu kwa waziri ni huduma zote kwa ofisi yake zinazotendeka, ikiwa ni mambo ya kansa, kama ni hiyo saratani au chochote kile. Lamu ikiwa ni visiwa, muna mipangilio gani? Kwa sababu kama hii mpango ya wazee inaleta shida sana kwetu Lamu, kwa sababu ofisa anakaa Lamu town, mtu kutoka mzee kutoka Kiunga, gharama za usafiri paka Lamu ni shilingi 4,100.
Asante Bwana Spika, na asante kwa swali ambao nimeulizwa na Mheshimiwa Kapteni. Kweli watu huwa wanaenda umbali kubwa wakitumia hizo pesa ambao wanaenda kuileta na kuitumia. Kwa hivyo kama ministry tunataka kufanya mazungumzo na shirika la Safaricom, ndio wale wasitumie pesa pia nyingi kwa barabara wakiendea hiyo pesa. Tuko na mazungumzo inaendelea, hata kwa hii wiki tumeongea na Safaricom, ndio wale beneficiaries wapate hiyo pesa kule nyumbani. Shida tu hawa wazee saa zingine wananyang'anywa pesa na caregivers. Mzee anaweza ambiwa pesa haijaingia na kumbe imeingia, na kijana anachukua hiyo pesa anatumia. Kwa hivyo tutafanya mipango mazuri ya kuensure beneficiaries ameshika hiyo pesa hata akitumiwa na M-Pesa. Asante Bwana Speaker.
There being no any other interest on that particular question, let's move to question number 189, 2023, by the Honorable Member for Mombasa County, Honorable Zamzam Mohammed MP, to ask the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection. Now, I think I'm in possession of a letter where the Honorable Zamzam, as per our standing orders, nominated Honorable Mishimboko, MP, to ask this question on her behalf. Proceed, Honorable Mishimboko.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of Honorable Zamzam, the women representative for Mombasa County, I want to ask the following questions. Could the Cabinet Secretary for Labor and Social Protection, one, explain why buildings and social amenities in most institutions are yet to comply with the minimum accessibility standard for persons with disability? 2, explain why the government has only employed
1.4% of persons with disabilities against the legal requirement of 5%. 3, outline measures, if any, being considered or undertaken by the government to revive deserted value addition industries in Mombasa so as to create employment opportunities for the locals and hence more revenue for the county. And 4, explain why skills local are usually bypassed during employment by private entities when opening new branches in Mombasa, and whether the government is considering providing grants to empower micro, small and medium enterprises, SMEs in Mombasa County. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Speaker Sir. The response to first question is that Article 54, Sub-Article 1 of the Constitution provides that persons with disabilities should have reasonable access to public amenities, while the Persons with Disabilities Act number 14 of 2003 provides a legal framework to promote access for persons with disabilities in various areas, including built environment, education, health services, employment, sports, and recreational activities, among others. However, most institutions have not been able to implement the required measures to secure accessibility for persons with disabilities. 1, lack of awareness and commitment among the top decision makers in ministries, departments, and agencies of the critical importance of fostering inclusion and diversity, particularly through improving accessibility for persons with disabilities. 2, lack of regulations to enforce adjustment orders as provided for in Section 24(2) of the Persons with Disabilities Act 2003 that are issued after an accessibility and usability audit has been conducted. 3, government ministries, departments, and agencies failed to budget for the implementation of adjustments recommended through accessibility and usability audits. Number 4 is a weak legal framework for the enforcement of provisions related to improving accessibility for persons with disability. To accelerate improvement of this accessibility for persons with disabilities, the National Council for Persons with Disabilities recommend the following. 1, that the building code is amended to comply with KS 21542 building construction, accessibility and usability of the built environment, developed by the Kenya Bureau of Standards to ensure all building plans approved by various physical planning departments across the country are compliant at the design stage. 2 is to strengthen the capacity of ministries and departments and agencies to mainstream disability through training of the committees responsible for spearheading disability mainstreaming, staff and senior management to enable them to integrate disability inclusion concerns into the delivery of the institution's mandate. 3, finalize the National Disability Policy to provide all public and private and development organizations with a national blueprint towards a more inclusive Kenyan society. This policy has been in the draft for some time, but we are working on it as a ministry. Lastly, enact the Persons with Disability Bill 2023 into law to provide a more robust legal framework to enforce the provisions of the law related to improving accessibility for persons with disabilities. And I hope, Mr. Speaker, sir, when this comes to the floor of the House, members will be able to help us pass this bill to support this accessibility of persons with disabilities. Roman 2, to explain why the government has only employed 1.4% of PWDs against the legal framework of 5%. The response is, access to work promotes dignity and provides opportunities for people to earn a livelihood and participate in national development. Article 54(2) of the Constitution mandates the state to ensure progressive implementation of the principle that at least 5% of the members of the public in elective and appointive bodies are persons with disabilities. Additionally, Section 12 and 15 of the Persons with Disabilities Act number 2003 outlays any form of discrimination in employment on the basis of disability. Despite the provisions of the law in support of employment of persons with disabilities, access to employment for persons with disabilities has been challenging. These challenges result from the following issues. 1, stigma and discrimination of persons with disabilities in the wider society negatively impact the employment of persons with disability. 2, widespread negative attitudes towards the employment of persons with disabilities. A majority of employers are not ready to engage persons with disabilities because they do not want to pay the cost of adjustments. 3, accessibility work environment for persons with disabilities put off employees with disabilities. For instance, the absence of adaptive technology, disability-friendly services like sign language interpretation services for the deaf, and guides for the blind within the workplace, and lifts for persons with mobility challenges can deter employment of persons with disabilities. And 4, inadequate opportunities for access to education and training, including mentorship programs targeting persons with disabilities to be absorbed in various sectors of the economy. In order to address this challenge, the National Council for Persons with Disabilities is providing scholarships to learners with disabilities to equip them with education and train them in relevant job market. Also, the National Council for Persons with Disabilities is providing support to the development of learning infrastructure, development in special schools to expand the enrollment capacity of institutions offering education and training to persons with disabilities. Access to government procurement opportunities is also another initiative that the government uses to empower persons with disabilities, women and youth who have companies and businesses. The Council has also developed an artificial intelligence-driven portal, the NCPWD Career Portal, to bring together and match employers and job seekers with disabilities with appropriate skills. This portal currently has registered 437 employers and over 5,700 job seekers with disabilities. Moreover, the government has also provided opportunities for persons with disabilities to pursue self-employment. These opportunities include, but not limited to, 1, access to government procurement opportunities. The Council has also started an LPO financing program to support businesses owned by persons with disabilities who win government tender with financial support to support those tenders. 2, support persons with disabilities with technical and vocational skills with tools of trade to start small businesses to earn income. 3, support groups of persons with disabilities with final resources to start income generating projects to enable members to earn an income. In conclusion, the government's approach of promoting inclusion through disability mainstreaming across all ministries, departments and agencies goes a long way in creating more opportunities for persons with disabilities to participate in nation building. To this end, we appeal to Parliament to request State Department for Performance and Delivery Management to reinstate the disability mainstreaming performance indicator to the performance contracting management guidelines from where it was expunged for the financial year 2023-2024. That is my appeal, Speaker, sir. And for questions Roman 3 and Roman 4, Roman 3 is a question related to my colleague in the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry, and Roman 4, the question is related to my colleague in the Ministry of Cooperatives and Micro and Small and Medium Enterprises Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Mishi.
Honorable Chairperson, I want to thank Honorable Cabinet Secretary for a well-detailed answer to the questions, but Honorable Cabinet Secretary, my issue is you have talked on so many good measures to ensure that person with disability, they'll have their rights. But my question is, are you going to put a time frame in terms of implementation? Because I know there are good laws regarding the rights for person with disability, but the issue, what about enforcement? If you talk about enforcement, you'll just see that the enforcement is not being done. The National Council with Person with Disability is there, but have they registered all persons with disability in the country? The answer will also be no, because most so they're being requested to pay a certain amount, which they don't have that capacity to pay that amount for them to be registered. So when you are talking about mainstreaming them in terms of employment opportunities, in terms of access to education, in terms of access to health, and so other social amenities, then to me, we have a gap, because first, we need to have a database to know how many are they, and to show that they're officially registered, so that in case of any opportunity, we can be able to pick them. The issue of budgeting, there must be a legal framework to ensure, or rather, to insist, or rather emphasize that there must be a certain budget which goes to the person with disability to ensure all those rights which have been violated because they don't have money or there's no money, to ensure that those persons who are blind, they'll access to education. For instance, in the entire Coast region, the only school for persons who are blind is in my constituency, and that is the Salvation School for People with Disability, the Blinds. It is the only one in the entire Coast region. So I'm just asking a question, what about the entire country? How many schools do we have?
Order, Mishi. Now the question is a speech. Ask the question.
Yeah, that is a supplementary question on what he has just said. I'm just emphasizing, because whatever he has said, if we don't have these things, then it means it's like a PR, it is not going to happen. That is why I'm asking, what are they going to do as measure or strategy to ensure whatever he has said, it is going to be implemented, or rather it is going to be enforced. He has talked about the policy, the policy which he has talked. So what is the time frame? Are we just going to be talking and talking until when? Let us have a time frame. I want to hear, like maybe we'll have an audit to know how many persons with disability are not registered. I want to hear, we need to have a task force to ensure enforcement. Thank you.
Time frame came out now clearly.
Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And thank you, Honorable Mishimboko. If you heard me well, I said to be able to improve this space of disability, my request, my appeal to this House is that the policy on disability has been in draft form for long. It has not been passed. Enact the Persons with Disability Bill 2023, and we'll be able to provide a more robust legal framework to enforce the provisions of the law related to improving accessibility for persons with disabilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other supplementary question? I agree with you, CS, that the part 3 of the question is actually a question relevant to the Minister of Cooperatives and Microscale. And then the part 4 equally, except for the early part, the upper part of that question, which talks about discrimination in provision of employment, why the skilled locals are usually bypassed. I think that basically lies under your docket as the CS for labor, but the rest of it down there is not part of your question. If you could make a statement on that only. Discrimination at the workplace, skilled laborers in Mombasa are being bypassed. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's Member for Thika Town, Alice Nganga. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable CS. The question I would want to ask you is that there are so many people who want to help people living with disability. And most of the time, the equipment or the item to which they use are imported, but once they land in our country, at the port of Mombasa, they experience a lot of difficulties clearing those items, and for sure, they are intended to go and help our people living with disability. Whether the ministry can look into it and see what it can do to make sure that all the help that we are getting from outside reaches the intended purpose, reaches the intended destination, without being delayed at the port of Mombasa, or without being, might be asked so many questions before it gets to the beneficiaries.
Yes, CS.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member for Thika, Honourable Alice Nganga. Anything imported by persons with disability should be duty-free. And so long as they own the card that shows their disability, they shouldn't have a problem. They should, even salaries, even tax, they are never taxed so long as they own that disability card. And that is what we are doing currently, countrywide, trying to issue those disability cards to each individual. And we have put them in the system. We have even improved the card so that even with a phone, you can be able to identify a person with disability and the person that owns that card legally. Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Very well. Own Minister, now that you talked about the cards for the welfare and goodness of Kenyans, the cards have continued to really change from one to another every time, and it's at a cost to the people living with disability. And I hope you are seized of this matter. What are you doing towards that? Because they keep on changing the card at the cost. Proceed. Say something about that as we move to the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the question. The cards that were there initially, I think it was bound to be used for fraud cases. The one that is there right now has got watermarks to ensure that only the beneficiaries are the ones who own those cards and don't get into the hands of rogue people who want to identify themselves with people with disability. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, CS. Let's move to the next question. The member for Kinango, on Gonzirai MP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the people of Kinango, I want the Minister to explain measures, to ask question number 190 of 2023, which states, explain measures that the government is undertaking to cushion elderly persons in the country pending the resumption of the Inua Jamii program. 2, explain when and how the government is planning to resume fresh registration of elderly persons under the Inua Jamii program, noting that the registration exercise stalled in 2016. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, yes.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Member of Parliament of Kinango, Honorable Gonzigai, for the question. And my response is that there were some delays in payment of Inua Jamii program beneficiaries for a period of 8 months, 7 months to 8, that November 2022 to May 2023. However, in June 2023, the government released 16.7 billion for disbursement to the